Mayor, we're live.
Are we on?
Yes, we're on now.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our strategic plan workshop. Before we begin, if I could just please ask that we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry, I was having trouble with my computer here. You guys can hear me, obviously, I guess. Okay, well, good morning and welcome to the Las Cruces Strategic Planning Workshop. The purpose of this workshop is to focus on the future of Las Cruces and determine the most important priority for the next 2 to 5 years. As many of you know, the City of Las Cruces recently finalized the Elevate Las Cruces Comprehensive Plan. And we're all grateful for that work and the effort that went into the plan by community members and city staff. Today's workshop will focus on identifying key priorities and goals that are included in Elevate Las Cruces. We will also review the current vision and mission statements for the city and define key organizational values that will guide city council and staff. The past year has been really challenging for our city, and we responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. The completion of an updated strategic plan will help us to look into the future with confidence and certainty as we work to preserve Las Cruces as a thriving and prosperous community. We're happy to have members of the community here with us via Zoom. I also took the liberty to invite, I call her my wingman, wingwoman, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Sharon Thomas to join us. We appreciate the input that we received from her and other community members, as well as the employee surveys about Las Cruces strengths and opportunities for the future. So I'll now turn the session over to our illustrious city manager, Mr. Ifo Pili, and he's going to introduce the management partners consultants who are assisting us in developing this strategic plan. So Ifo.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that's been done thus far with our management partners and staff that has helped to facilitate this. Management partners is very experienced and has been helpful in bringing together and facilitating strategic plans and for many entities across the country, and we're happy to have them. We're joined today by Jacqueline McCrae and Sam Lieberman, and I'll turn the time over to them, Mayor, to be able to facilitate this meeting. Jacqueline.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Myself and Sam Lieberman and Ashley Garcia will be with you today, assisting you. We will be your facilitators. And so I'm getting a little bit of feedback. So hopefully.
So if you're not speaking, if we could put everyone on mute. And before we begin, I'm sorry for interrupting, Jacqueline, but Mayor, Councillor Bencomo is going to be a little bit late, and Councillor, I don't know if Yvonne is, Councillor Flores. But anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, not a problem. So, myself and Sam and Ashley were here to help you with the work that you're tasked with today, and that is really coming to consensus about strategic planning, priorities, and goals. A little bit about the management partners, though, before we get started. We are a local government consulting firm, so that means we're dedicated to assisting cities and counties and special districts. We've done that for over 26 years across the United States. We have 3 offices, and we're spread out among them. We've assisted clients in 42 states, and we've completed over 1,700 projects. So that's a little bit about management partners. Today's objectives really are to help the mayor and the members of city council decide upon and come to some consensus about, your elements of the strategic plan. To first of all, review and affirm your vision and mission statements for the city. identify key values to assist not only the leaders and members of council, but all employees in service delivery as they go about their jobs and assisting the public in Las Cruces. And then importantly, identifying and discussing key priorities and goals. And so we will be focusing this afternoon on the goals from Elevate Las Cruces, and particularly the survey that you completed last week and early this week to begin to prioritize those short and midterm goals. And so that will comprise the bulk of our work this afternoon. But let me just quickly go through the workshop agenda. And we have a lot to do today with you in a little bit of time. And so as your facilitators, we hope that you will be kind to us as we nudge you along if we start going a little bit long on certain sections of the agenda, because our objective is to guide you through it as gently as we can, so that at the end we have all of the input that's needed for us to prepare a draft strategic plan document for you to consider. So members of your staff will be presenting an environmental scan and also updating you on current strategic plan accomplishments. And then myself and Sam will guide you through a review and discussion of your vision and mission and values. And then we'll start to identify those key priorities for the future. And then next, focus in on the goals. We'll do a wrap up and next steps. And that will take us through the day. We have a lot of information that we have pulled together for you. Staff will begin with that high level review of using environmental scan data and really updating you on how staff has done and you all have done together on achieving the goals that were in your current 2017 to 2022 strategic plan. And then we will take it from there. But I want to hand it over to Sam Lieberman now to review with you some ground rules and take you through a little icebreaker.
Thanks, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And it's great to be here with all of you in Las Cruces from Cincinnati, beautiful Cincinnati behind me here. Before we jump in, I do just want to go over a couple of ground rules. And I know that everybody on this call does not need to hear this, but we'll say it anyway. We want everybody to be engaged, to engage fully. Council members, this is your vision for the next 2 to 5 years. So we want your input, and we know that you've come prepared. Listen to each other, and not just listening to listen, but listen to understand, hear each other, and be prepared to have a discussion with each other. We're going to stay focused, as Jacqueline mentioned. We have a little bit of time to try to squeeze a lot in, and so we'll make sure that we keep you on task. But we'll ask that you do stay focused. It's easy in this virtual environment to look off and other work or be multitasking, and we're hopeful you'll stay focused throughout this time. And we'll of course give you some breaks throughout to keep everybody fresh. Please do keep your camera on. We like to see your faces. We hope you like to see ours, and we know that looking at each other, seeing each other, while not in a perfect world would be in person, it makes it a little bit easier to engage with each other if we can see each other. And lastly, let's have some fun. We like to do this. This is really energizing for Jacqueline and I, and so we hope it will be for you as well. We do want to start the engagement right away, and so we're going to do just a little icebreaker here, and I want you all to think about 5 years down the road. You're having your morning cup of coffee, and you're reading the newspaper, either physically or on our phones. What headline do you want to see about Las Cruces? What is going to be to you the headline that you're like, yes, we did it. We achieved what we set out to do 5 years ago. I'll give you council, and we'll just go through the mayor and council for this icebreaker. But I'll give you 30 seconds or so to think, and then I'll start calling on council members. I'm gonna stop sharing so we can all see each other. And I am going to start with Council Member Sorg when you're ready.
Thanks, Sam. First thing that comes to my mind is that Las Cruces was voted the #1 city in the nation.
You stole mine, Counselor. You should have started with me first.
I know, we're going to steal each other's, I'm sure, going today.
Mayor, I was saving you for last.
Yeah, well, that's too late. I already, that's a one.
It voted #1 in anything in particular, or just #1 place to live?
The first #1 place to live in the nation, yes.
Council Member, where should we go next? Abeta Stuve, which I may not have pronounced that correctly, so please tell me if I got that wrong.
So close. Abeta Stuvey.
Okay.
Thanks. Yes, Councillor Sorg, you were very close to mine. The one revision I would have for that is I would want it to be voted by New Mexicans as the best place to live. And so I would want everybody in this state to want to move here and consider Las Cruces to be the prime spot here in New Mexico.
Councilmember Gandara, which maybe I got that. I was closer, hopefully.
You did well. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I would love to see a headline that says Las Cruces children are no longer living in poverty, that our families are thriving.
Councilmember Flores.
Good morning, Mr. Lieberman. Nice to meet you, and Ms. McCrae. Thank you. I would just love to see people recognize that we are, in fact, it's certainly the best place I've ever lived in, and I've lived in major cities, and I mean other cities. And this is definitely the major city. And so I agree with my colleagues. I would like to have people recognize it not as a retirement community, but as a thriving community, and where people are happy, and not happy as in, oh, a day at Disneyland, but happy, content, fulfilled, actualized. And that's the environment that I hope our city creates for that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bencomo.
I just jumped in, so I don't know what the question is.
Oh, okay. We're thinking about 5 years from now. You've sat down, you've opened your newspaper, or you're looking at your phone, and you're looking at a headline. And what do you want that headline to say about Las Cruces? That in 5 years, you've achieved what we've set out to do in the strategic plan that you're about to develop. What's the headline say in the newspaper in 5 years? What do you want it to say?
Oh, I love this question. And good morning, everyone. My apologies for being late. I thought we started at 9. Thanks to the mayor for waking up at ungodly hours of the morning. Yeah, that's a great question. 5 years from now, I would like to see a headline that says, Las Cruces innovative policies significantly reduces poverty in their community. And people are healthier, people are wealthier, and yeah, that's what I would say. I love that the city has so many accolades. I think this community is incredible and wonderful to live in. And I don't think that's the reality for everybody in the city. And I would like that to drastically change.
Thank you. I want to confirm before I ask the mayor to chime in that Councilmember Vasquez is not with us yet.
No, he won't be joining us. He's out of town. So he said his regards, and he may join us maybe later in the afternoon, but right now he's in travel.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor, I know that it's been stolen, but I don't know. Do you want to add anything or any additional headlines?
After listening to Councilor Sorg, there is a little twist. He said the #1 best city to live in. So in the past several years, Wallet Hub has slowly ranked us as, we started in the top 10 best run cities in America. When we've steadily been improving every year. I think we're up to around 5th right now. And I figured by 2026, we should be #1 best run city in America. So there.
All right, thank you. I am going to ask Ashley to put the PowerPoint back up, and Jacqueline is going to do a little overview of the strategic planning process.
And just a little further icebreaker, we probably have one meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe once a year, if that much. The staff is used to getting up at 8, but my colleagues and I, we're not used to having meetings this early. So after about an hour or so, they'll start getting to the point where they start talking maybe too much.
Well, good. The first hour is going to be mostly us talking and providing some background on what we've done. And I will say that if Jacqueline and I seem bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, it's because it's 10 o'clock here in Cincinnati. And our poor colleague Ashley is in California, so she's even more tired than the rest of you.
Okay, good enough.
So thank you for that insight through the icebreaker exercise. That really helps me understand, Mayor and members of council, your perspective about what's important to you. And so we will try to keep those themes in front of you as we progress through the day and talk about priorities. And then as we distill those priorities into goals. But I want to take just a little bit of time now to provide an overview of our strategic planning process with you, together with you. We started back in November with interviews, individual interviews with each member, the mayor and the members of city council and the members of the leadership team. And during those interviews, as you all recall, we wanted to learn from you what was most important to you about the city, areas for improvement, and what those opportunities were that existed individually among each of you, and really addressing those opportunities and those challenges for improvement. So we distilled that information, and Sam and Claire Coleman, who's not with us today, developed an employee survey as well as a community survey so that we could test some of what we heard from you and also hear from the community and employees about what they thought were the key areas for improvement and those opportunities for improvement as well. Because all that's important for you to hear as you proceed with your decision making. That occurred in November and December. And EFO let us know right up front, I'll just say this, that we were on a very tight timeline because he wanted you to have all this information in advance of your decision-making processes for the budget. And so together, he and Amber have really been driving us to this day and completing all the work that needs to be done. In addition to the surveys, Sam and Claire completed 4 focus groups the first week in January. And due to, I think it was due to timing of the holidays, the participation in the focus groups was not as robust as we would have liked, nor that we anticipated. Those reflections and themes from the focus groups are included in your workbook. And I will just say that I know that many of you, all of the members of council received, a little briefing book, a workbook in advance of this session. And so we hope that you've had a chance to read through it and have recorded, your reflections and your ideas and your suggestions, so that as we proceed through the various elements today, we can get your full input. And so those focus group comments and themes are included in your workbook. And all that information then is brought to bear today in your workshop for decision making. And once the workshop is finished, then we will prepare a document for you, the strategic planning draft document, for your review and consideration. Staff will get that at the end of February. Members of council will probably see that sometime in March. But we will have the bones of that strategic plan today, okay, that you will see in a shell format and be able to use as a part of your decision making around your budget process. And then lastly, once council reviews and adopts the strategic plan, you already have in place the Peak Performance Initiative, which is really geared to department and programmatic work plans and progress indicators. And so we will prepare an implementation action plan for the goals that result out of the strategic planning process. And then those actions related specifically to departments and programs will then be incorporated into the peak performance effort, so that you can receive regular updates and progress about the outcomes and the performance indicators associated with the strategic planning goals for the next 5 years. And so, in a nutshell, that is the process. Are there any questions or input about what we've done thus far, or where we're headed?
I just wanted to ask, seeing that this is, of course, the first time that we've used you all, and I'm sure Councilor Sorg can recall how years ago when we were doing our strategic plan, of course, council members had their opportunity to, list 3, 4, 5 things that they wanted to see, and the other council members would get a chance to look at it and possibly decide if that's something they could support. And when we hit the magic number of 4, then it got listed on our strategic plan. So do you envision something similar to that?
That's a great question. So, Mayor, what we will, the process that we will use with you today is that we are going to take input for each and every element of the strategic plan from you and your colleagues on council. We want to know if you have, changes or revisions to not only the vision, but the mission. We're going to distill with you organizational values. We're going to distill priorities with you. And then, you've already given us some of your homework with regard to goals for the next 2 to 5 years. And so as we get into the afternoon, you will actually see that reflected in the slides, the goals that you've given us. But we want to hear from your colleagues as well. And so we'll have that back and forth together with you. The process we use for decision making, and it's really up to you, is discussion and consensus. If there's a need to take a vote, we'll take a vote with you so that we can distill what those priorities are. But as we go through this, the process, you'll be doing most of the talking. We'll be helping you distill and come to consensus decisions. And so how does that sound to you in terms of the process?
Not that good. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong, with all due respect.
Yeah.
But when I was talking with Mr. Lieberman, I explained to him that, although we do want to look 5 years in advance, and again, council can chime in on this. I briefed them about 2-3 weeks ago that how it's worked really well is we kind of looked at the immediate 2-year plan, and we would review it every 2 years to see exactly what's in our strategic plan. Because that allowed staff and council to be able to hone in on those specifics and work to get those out of the way or accomplished and move on to some other ones. And I know we keep talking about, seems like 5 years, although that's good, but I want to circle back to at least the way that I thought it's been working out well. And that is, sure, you can have the 5-year goals, but let's also focus on what we're going to be doing in 2 years. Because although I adore my colleagues, it seems like we always have one change every 2 years. There's either an addition or someone decides, I don't want to do this anymore. And so that's why 2 years seems to be a nice number to review this every 2 years. And that's what I was hoping that we would do instead of, because if what I heard you is, and we can't really take a vote, by the way, but what I heard you was that if there's some changes, everybody was going to want some changes. And how are we going to decide if, one person asks for one change? I think it's important that we maybe have each council member give us 5 or 6 suggested ideas. You write them down, each one, and then let staff also take a look at it, see if that's even doable. And then if it is, then, let's let every one of us see what the other council members are thinking, and let's move in that direction and try to get to the point where we have a pretty good consensus that this is a good amount of ideas that we want to move forward. If you have only 1 or 2 council members that support one idea, well, we can't do everything. We can't. And so I think we need to really hone in on what the majority of the council wants to do and kind of focus and see how that works into the Elevate Las Cruces, which is really more, in my opinion, it's a great plan. And I think all those who worked hard to do this, Elevate Las Cruces, but that's a comprehensive plan. That's something in the next 15, 20, 25 years. I'm looking for something, at least I am, something that's more along the lines of what we currently had, and be able to pull up a portion, and it says, okay, in our strategic plan, it says that we need to do, we'd agree to do this, or this, and that allows us to keep our eye on the ball, so to speak. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. And I think that we are headed in the same direction, and we will help you, Mayor and Council, do whatever you would like to do, because this is your strategic plan. And we are here as your helpers in accomplishing the strategic plan that you would like to have.
And if I may say, now I'm just saying this. I mean, I'm just one vote here. My colleagues, if they want to go in a completely different direction, but I know that when I brought this up, I got the impression that that's kind of where we wanted to go. But of course, that could have changed. They may not have had their coffee right now, and they may think, what's he talking about here? So I don't know, but I'm just telling you, that's what I wanted you to know that that's what I had briefed council on in about 2-3 weeks ago in an open session during one of our meetings, and just let them, discuss how we used to do it. It seemed to work out pretty well. Public liked it, staff liked it, council liked it.
Sure. So I'm not seeing anyone wanting to make any comments. Oh,
Actually, I did.
Councilmember Flores.
Thank you, Ms. McCrary, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCrary, I think, I know I totally agree with Mayor Miyashima for the to look at where we are in 2 years from now. And the reason is because although we have a continuity in staff to an extent, we don't have that continuity in city council. And some of us are here for 4 years. Some of us have been here for more than 4 years. And because elections can't guarantee the same person over and over, except Mayor Miyashima. But that's just an aside, and I'm trying to be funny, but I'm not. But
That was pretty funny.
no, I think it's wonderful you've been mayor. So I agree with the 2 year. We need to check something in 2 years. And yes, the comprehensive plan is absolutely fabulous. It's like a dream come true when you go through it. But it's something that's there that's going to take a good 20 to 25 years. And I know that most of us will have moved on by then, either 6 feet under or onto other offices and that sort of stuff. And the question I do have, though, for you, Ms. McCrary, first, I just want to say I totally agree with a check in 2 years, check and see where we are, measure our achievements. Maybe we could set this up so that there's some kind of a metric system so that we can see what we have achieved. But the other is, you stated, and I'm not sure I caught this, I hadn't had my second cup of coffee yet. Were you saying that you did a survey of staff? There was employee input in this in January or sometime?
Yes, we distributed.
How many people responded? And was it all the departments, including utilities and just everyone?
It was everyone, all of the departments, and Sam is going to go over that a little bit later this morning. He's going to give you a detailed breakdown, and that information is also included in your workbook. But
I know
Sam is going to cover it in depth and in detail.
And that was my other point, Ms. McCray. Most of us are working from home.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire booklet the booklet is 99 pages. And my poor little, home version of what we call a computer and a printer just didn't spit it out.
Oh.
And so then I tried to go page by page, and then I sat there and I think that as I said, I was not able to get it. And so I think it's for me, and I hate to burden my fellow counselors and you, but it will have to be really broken down so that we can all fully understand what it is. I mean, 99 pages is a lot. I mean, some of it was covered by a lot of it. I know I printed out one page that was this baby. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, that's part of the environmental scan, the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Right, and then I was able to spit this one out, and then was able to get this, and that's the extent of it. So I do apologize, and I should have had someone from at City Hall do this for me, but I thought, no, I can do it. So I just want you to know the predicament that I find myself in, and I don't want it to be a handicap in any way, or but so thank you, Ms. McCray.
That's unfortunate, and we will endeavor, Councilwoman Flores, to keep you apprised and abreast of everything we're doing. And as soon as we take a break, we're going to try to send you that workbook in smaller chunks so that you can at least pull up, the agenda and the workbook. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I think we have Counselor Sword who wants to speak next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious. I, for one, and maybe everybody on the council, we take a lot of surveys over time. And I'm just wondering, did you get the surveys answered from all of the city councilors? Namely, I'm wondering if you got it from me.
He ended up with 7 responses to the survey, which should be
Okay.
everybody.
So I guess I was there. Okay, I just wondered. All right, thank you. That's all.
And thank you all for taking the time to respond to that. It's going to be
You're
very
welcome.
helpful for this process.
Okay, it looks like we have, thank you, Counselor Bencomo next.
Yes, Mayor. I'm part of thinking that we should just trust the process and just let the process unfold, and it'll be great, and we will make it, you know, after the consultants are gone, we will make it ours. I do agree though that you know, I was expecting to come here today to definitely have a lot more dialogue between my colleagues and I than perhaps maybe I'm sensing from the agenda, but I could be wrong, right? And that's why I say trust the process. Perhaps it'll show us something that we haven't totally thought out. I did wonder actually when we would be discussing the survey responses from the council. Is that what you mean by the goals?
Yeah, so the excuse me, the survey where we asked you to rank the goals as high, medium, and low priority. We're going to discuss those towards the end when we discuss goals. And to your point, Counselor, the beginning of this is going to be a lot of us sort of regurgitating what we've learned through all of this process. And then the latter half, or latter 2/3 really, will be you and your colleagues discussing and us facilitating that discussion around, you know, what you want your vision and mission statement to be, what you want the organizational values to be. And then the real meat of what we will do today is coming to a consensus on a set of priority areas. And then within those priority areas, identifying the goals that you want to achieve over the next 2 years. Maybe it's the case that a goal you want to achieve is going to take longer than 2 years to do, but you need to start today. So
Right.
you guys will be making those decisions. We'll help facilitate that discussion because this is your plan.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great plan. And I think, you know, having a 5-year plan is not bad. I mean, I agree, right, that amongst city council, like that continuity might not be there for 5 years. And it's also what's best for the city, I think. And regardless of whether I'm here or not, which I plan to be here for a long time, I think that these things are data, they're information that you've received that are, it's not my opinion that these are issues that exist. And so I think 5 years is a good plan that then we get to work backwards and say, okay, what can we achieve in the next year? What can we achieve in the next 2 years? So Mayor, I think I'm, of the thought that we should sort of let the process, trust the process. And yeah, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may very quickly, one thing that we will do once you've finalized the strategic plan and identified those priorities and goals, we at Management Partners will develop what we call an implementation action plan. So we'll take every goal that you say we want to achieve. We'll lay out what we believe the steps are to achieve that goal, who in the organization might be responsible for ensuring that it gets completed. And then also a priority or a timeline, that this is something we want to achieve by, the third quarter of 2022, or this is something we want to achieve by, the second quarter in 2021. And so whether or not it's 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. You'll come up with goals. You'll end up prioritizing them. And maybe they're all just in 2 years, or maybe it's 4 years and you come back in 2 years and readjust, or we just focus when we talk about goals on things we can accomplish in 2 years. And when we have that discussion in the afternoon, that'll be something that you guys come to a consensus on in terms of timeline. But part of the process will be prioritizing and setting a timeline for the goals that you all identify you want to achieve through this strategic plan. And it is absolutely a best practice, Mayor, that you guys have been doing to come back and review your strategic plan and update it. It should be a living document. It should be something that you're using to manage the organization, as well as something that you update continuously, because as we have unfortunately learned over the past year, things change, and they can be big changes that really, really affect society. So thank you for that. And I think we've got another hand.
Yeah, let me listen to Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, and then I'll circle back to what Councilor Bencomo said. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Sam and his colleague. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm spacing your name, but I appreciate all the work that's been done thus far with staff and you all. I mean, I've been in state government for 27 and a half years, so I've been through my share of strategic planning and systems change. And I agree that we want to update, reevaluate and bring in our new council people to the strategic plan that we've already developed. I think this is important. We've done a lot of work on this. There's still a few more things to do on there that I think we see a lot of movement on. We've at least the three, Sorg, myself, and Mahigashima, were a part of a performance-based budgeting plan. That's what you're talking about, peak performance. So I'm agreeing with Mayor that I think that we want to be sure, and this reevaluation or evaluation is long overdue. We've been promised that, and we've had other things come up, and we had a loss of a city manager, and so an influx of people coming in and out. That always, I think, is a challenge, and so I just want to remind folks we do have a strategic plan that we should be evaluating. I think it's a fine plan. I also want to say that I think we need to be very sensitive to the fact that we're in a pandemic, and I think that those surveys that went out probably wasn't as sympathetic and empathetic to that. And I want to say that publicly, that I don't think we meant any disrespect. I think I'm proud of our COVID response, but I also think it needs to be a part of this process moving forward. And so I appreciate my colleagues' feedback. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem. So Sam, and this pretty much will, I want to try to, with all due respect to Councilor Bencomo, I've seen both sides. I've seen where we've done strategic planning, when much like what you said. Now, and it's a little unfair for you to know how we've done it in the past, but that's why when I was talking with you, I explained to you that, I really wanted to see the 2 years. And so that has worked out great. It was done by a different consultant in the way back when, and then one of our predecessor city managers figured, you know what, I can do this. So he did it too, and it worked out great. And it was just so participatory from staff, from council, and it worked out well. And I'm not saying yours won't, but if we give you a bunch of things that we want to do, and then it goes away, and then it comes back, you're going to come back with a list of things that you said that, this is what council said. The list should be huge, and then it gets all convoluted as to what is it that we're really going to focus on. I just sent something to Dominic and Adrian, and forgive me, Sam, I'm not here to to mess up your whole program. I'm not trying to do that. We can still do what we need to accomplish. But if those gentlemen can put what I just sent up, I just want you to just get an idea. I had just 5 things, 5 things, and that's what I was hoping that the rest of the council, they don't have to have this like this, but just, some ideas and take a look at them. So can you put that up, Dominic or Adrian, that what I sent you?
Yes, one moment, Mayor.
Okay. Sam, so I just want to explain to you what I'm envisioning, and I think majority of the council is envisioning as well, because Mayor Pro Tem hit the nail on the head. It worked out really good. So let's just I want to focus in, and I'm gonna after listening to a lot of my council colleagues, let's start with maybe number 4, establish a behavioral health district. Okay, so I know Mayor Pro Tem's working on that. And that was just something that we discussed. But by doing this, if the majority of says, yeah, well, let's do this, then we get the whole weight of the city management team behind it, and they do it. There's another one where the second one, establishing a building local wealth component within the city's economic development department. Councilor Vasquez wanted that, and I liked it. And so if the majority of council says, yeah, let's do that, so see, this is what I'm trying to get at. If we have certain ideas that we want council to see, and let them discuss it. If they say, okay, well, I don't know if we can do that, or staff says, yeah, I don't think we can do that, it's just going to be too expensive. Okay, well then, okay, we cut it out. But then we can narrow it down, and then we can see how it applies to both the Elevate Las Cruces and our current strategic plan.
That's exactly where we're headed, Mayor. And we received this document from you, and we've actually incorporated it into our into the slides that are, like I said, a little bit further down. And so I think we have the same end in mind. And like I said, we want to help you and your colleagues on council get to what those big, most important 2-year priorities are, because we have the same feeling that Elevate Las Cruces has a number of goals. I mean, hundreds of goals. And so our job is to help you and EFO and the leadership team focus into what's most important, what's the policy direction from City Council, so that the leadership team can carry it out, be it 2 years or 5 years. And you said 2, and so we're going to focus on 2.
Yeah, no, I think we need to revisit every 2 years. It's okay to do the 5 years, but I think there's something, but then I think council and staff can, primarily staff. I mean, they're the ones who are boots on the ground. They're the ones who know, do we have the money? Do we have the, personnel? What do we need? Like, for example, we may want to beef up a particular department. I don't know, but that's, okay, so I apologize if you already had this incorporated. I know I did send it to EFO, and I know EFO forwarded it to you. But but I wanted the council members also to be able to have that opportunity, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
They're going to have it. You all are going to. This discussion is going to be council's discussion. Staff is here to interject and answer questions. And once you all set the policy direction, then staff has to figure out how to get it done. And so I think we're headed in the same direction. But if we start veering off the course, I know that you all will pull us back onto the course and the direction that you want to proceed.
Very good. Okay. So
Thank you.
That, I'll let you run the rest of the meeting.
Okay. So that's the overview of the process. And thank you very much. We want all of your comments. This is your meeting. We want to hear from you. The only other thing that we're going to do before we start hearing from you is that staff has prepared an environmental scan. And so Councilmember Flores, these are those big sheets in your packet of 99 pages or so that were, taking up a lot of space because they're really graphic intense. But I'm going to turn this over to Amber to run through very quickly and then take your questions, and we will get started with the strategic planning elements.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Amber Vaughn, the Performance Manager for the city. I will be going over the environmental scan, which is just a high-level statistics for the city. Some of the sources that I used to gather the data was the City of Las Cruces Economic Development Department, the 2021 budget document, Elevate Las Cruces, and some statistics from the police department. Next slide. The first item I'll be going over are some demographics. So this is the population projection from Elevate Las Cruces. It shows a growth rate of approximately 1.2% per year. It's been steady but minimal growth. The population in 2018 was 101,742, with a projected population of 141,565 by the year 2045. Next slide. The table on the left shows the composition of the different races within the city of Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and the state of New Mexico. Las Cruces is comprised of 87.1% white, 2.6% Black, 1.5% American Indian or Alaskan Native, 1.7% Asian, 4.2% other, and 2.9% who are two or more races. The table on the right is the ethnicity table, which shows that Las Cruces has a higher percent population of Hispanic or Latinos than the state of New Mexico, but lower than Doña Ana County. Next slide. This is the median household income. In 2017, it was $40,924, which is a 7.4% increase from 2010, slightly more than Doña Ana County with $39,114, but less than New Mexico at $46,718. Las Cruces has increased at a faster rate than the county and the state between 2010 and 2017. Next slide. This shows the employment status. This shows the rate of employment and unemployment in Las Cruces, Doña Ana County, and New Mexico. In 2017, 55% of Las Cruces residents who are of working age reported that they were employed, and an overall unemployment rate was 8.3%. Not shown on the current graph was the unemployment rate for 2019, which was 5.05%, which has increased to 8.77% in the first 11 months of 2020. Next slide. Here are the industrial segments within the city. This chart depicts the distribution of employment by industry type in Las Cruces. The largest percent of employed workers in 2017 worked in the educational services, healthcare, and social assistance sector at 30.9%. And other significant industry sectors include arts, entertainment, recreation, accommodations, and food services at 13.1%, professional, scientific, management, administrative, and waste management services at 11.6%, retail at 10.5%, and public administration at 9.8%. Next slide. Oh, sorry. And the largest employers in the city are New Mexico State University, Las Cruces Public Schools, the City of Las Cruces, Memorial Medical Center, Walmart, and some employers located out of Las Cruces but within Doña Ana County are White Sands Missile Range and NASA. Next slide. School enrollment in Las Cruces. The city has the second largest school district in New Mexico. The school enrollment has remained steady since the 2009-2010 school year. It has over 3,000 employees, 40 schools. 72% of students received free or reduced price meals, and 85.5% of seniors graduated in 2017. Next slide. Now I'll go over some housing statistics. Next. Here's some building permit trends. This shows that the number of single family building permits issued by the city has increased 77% from 289 to 511 from 2014 to 2018. The number of building permits for new commercial uses remained relatively unchanged. Next slide. Housing types. The city's distribution of housing units by type, which has remained relatively steady since 2000. The exception is an increase in the percentage of single-family detached dwellings, which corresponds to the decrease in mobile homes. Single-family detached housing now account for 58.6% of the city's overall housing stock, while duplex and multi-family housing units collectively account for 27.3%. Next slide. Las Cruces, this is some household characteristics. Las Cruces homeowner vacancy rate has nearly doubled since 2010, and the rental vacancy rate also increased. Between the years of 2010 and 2017, the average household size for renters has surpassed the average household size for homeowners. The percentage of households that were owner occupied in 2017 was 53.9%, up from 52.8% in 2010. Next slide. Now I'll go over a couple of public safety items. Next slide. The police department has a total of 259 employees in 2019. The total employees increased 65% from 2009 to 2019. That's a change of 65% in sworn and 50% change in civilian employees. The average annual call volume from 2014 to 2018 was 142,000. And the projected call volume in 2045 is 198,000, with projected staffing level needs of 273 total employees. Next slide. Some crime statistics. Total violent crime increased 24% from 2018 to 2019, while property crime decreased 2%. Next slide. Here's some statistics from the fire department. In 2017, the Las Cruces Fire Department had 13 crews. The average call volume from 2014 to 2018 for fire calls, EMS, and alarms and public assistance was 5,565, with a projected call volume of 7,723 in 2045 and a need for 18 crews. Next slide. Couple items on economic development. Next slide. The real gross metro product. This represents Doña Ana County, including Las Cruces, and is adjusted for inflation. In 2019, the gross metro product was 686 billion, up from 676 in 2018. Next slide. The slide on the left represents new business registrations. This compares the monthly average of new business registrations from 2010 to 2019 to the number of new registrations for calendar year 2020. December 2020 was not available when this chart was created. The total number of new business registrations for the first 11 months of 2020 was 546, as compared to the 2010-2019 average, which was 598, so a slight decrease. There was a slight decrease in March, April, and May, but a jump in the couple months following. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, go back. On the right is the business registration renewals for the same time period. For the most part, with the exception of June, renewals are lower in 2020. The total for January through November of 2020 is 2,251, compared to a total for 2,950 for the same month's average for 2010 to 2019. To compare those averages, there would need to be 943 renewals in December of 2020 to catch up. Next slide. This chart shows the top 10 employment industries in Las Cruces: food services and drinking places, ambulatory healthcare services, educational services, administrative and support services, social assistance, professional, scientific, and technical, hospitals, justice, public order and safety activities, general merchandise stores, and specialty trade contractors. This approximately accounts for 60% of the city's workforce. Next slide. I'll now hand it over to Leanne Demouche, the Chief Budget Officer, to go over some revenues and expenses.
Well, good morning, Mayor, councilors. Next slide, next slide, please. Mayor, councilor, this is our general fund revenue. This is a five-year historical showing you how much our budget was and how much our actual was. Just to give you a little bit of reference, of course, in 2018, starting in that year, we started using a regression econometric model. We started becoming closer to what our actuals and our budget was, as you can see. Of course, in fiscal year 2020, you see this increase mostly due because there's 5 years of COVID-19 in there. We received, as Amber had pointed out to you, there's a lot of construction going on during those 5 months. We also saw an increase in our municipal GRT due to the hold harmless, which is our food and medical as well. So while we were in COVID, we saw that our GRT was very strong and coming in very secure to us. Next slide, please. This gives you our forecast. As you can see in 2020, we had 104.3 million. This is actuals just to give you a base for fiscal year 2021 through 2025. What I'm hoping for you to look in here is that you see that we are running very steady. Now, please remember, this is an econometric model. We do not have COVID in this model as of now. However, what we are hoping is that with the COVID, we won't see much of a fluctuation. As I just recently told you, you do see a rise in because due to the GRT hold harmless and also because of the building construction that is going on in our city. It is very, as you can see from the reports that are coming from community development, our building is very strong right now, which is a great contribution to our GRT right now. But however, once we come out of COVID, I think we'll remain steady. Now remember, hold harmless is in there, and every year hold harmless goes down somewhere between 6 and 7%. So while we're remaining steady, we have a very strong growth in this community because our hold harmless and our steady growth are matching each other. Okay, next slide, please. These are going over historical expenditures just to give you an idea. Of course, this is just the general fund. As you can see, they remain pretty steady. We did increase around fiscal year 2019 and going up. As you'll recall, we added several new positions within the city. I think in 1 year, the council had approved about 30 to 50 new positions during that time. And so we've had a lot of growth in our positions. So we, most of our budget is in salaries and benefits. Next slide. And with that, I will end it and turn it back over to our consultant.
So were there any questions about the environmental scan data? Any thoughts that you had as Amber and Leanne presented the information or during your review prior to the workshop?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, well, Councilor, I have Councilor Beta Stuvey first, and then if I can go to you, I'm just going off of the hands being raised.
Sure,
Okay.
of course.
So Councilor Beta Stuvey and then Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Leanne. I have a question. I know that whenever there are kind of national downturns with the economy, that we see it a couple years later here in Las Cruces. Are we, with your projections, do you think that we might still see kind of a delayed result with everything? I know that we've been doing well with construction, but with some of the hits that, the service industry has taken, especially with restaurants and looking at those demographics, that it's one of our larger employers. Do we anticipate those type of changes, or have we been able to look at that?
Mayor, Councilor Stuvey, great question. You're absolutely correct. Here in the city, we have seen a lag. I think when Amber gave her environmental scan, you saw who our major employers are. They're mostly government oriented. We right now, even though we're in the midst of COVID, government is not laying off. So they're still working, they're working remotely. We are in what they call the COVID recession. But in the past historical data that we look at for the city of Las Cruces, you will typically see, and I've been working with Francisco and of course our new economist, Kyle, that's here. you will see on average that the city of Las Cruces will show a lag approximately somewhere between 2 and 3 years. So we are going to be looking at the COVID data to see if we can maybe project out a lag. We're already starting to see that, well, just in this last month, I don't know if the report has come out to the council. However, our gross receipts tax did go down for this distribution month. It went down about 9 to 10%. So we are starting to maybe see that catch up. And so we are watching it. We're watching it. We're talking to taxation and revenue and, you know, keeping up with what is going on with the state and talking to the state economist. So we are working with them to see if we can maybe help to predict using our econometric model for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. There's a lot of data here, of course, and you all did a good job, Amber and all, to tabulate it all. But I think what's important here is that we interpret the data and make an analysis of the data. And so that's what I'm looking forward to here. In some of the earlier slides there, you were talking about all things like housing and employment, average salaries, income, I should say. And they seem to be increasing over the last few years. So let me just ask if you would agree, Ms. McCray and anybody else, that we're making some progress in those areas. And not that that's good enough. It may not be good enough, but at least we're making some progress. Would you agree?
From what I heard, it seems as though you are making progress. And you know, another important point, Councilmember Sorg, is that the information you heard about not only your budget, but the other environmental scan data, as it relates to, you know, the new COVID world that we live in now, you know, will have some place, and I won't presuppose how much of a priority, but will have some place, some priority in your decision making for goals for the future. And that's really the point of the data and the information, is to really help you in that decision making process to understand where the community has been and where it's headed, especially with regard to the COVID impacts and how that has affected the city.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we don't keep working forward or keep working to improve, and we could start falling back and lose our #1 place in 5 years. Okay, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Looks like we have Mayor Pro Tem wants to speak.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Amber. I was also hoping we would hear a little more from Natalie about our housing stock. She gave a wonderful presentation twice now, one to our Housing Policy Review Committee and then to Council about our you know, our plan moving forward. I think those are all good information to have, and some more detail related to our poverty, you know, would be helpful to include, you know, who is in poverty. I think are things that I'd like to hear, and some more anecdotal information I think would be great to hear from our police about the numbers, like what are they seeing, what are they thinking? I mean, I just want to remind folks that this isn't in its entirety all the data. There's so much more. And I don't know that we've gotten a clear picture today anyway, and the public, in terms of sort of what are issues in our city related to the areas that I just covered. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are they prepared to say more about that, or is this all of the environmental scan information that we're going to have at our fingertips today moving forward?
This is certainly a high-level snapshot, and as staff is available to, interject and provide additional information, maybe we could hear from them, but I'm not sure if they are. I will direct that question to Ifo or Amber.
And before I go to them, let me just ask Christine something real quick. Christine, you're obviously taking minutes of the meeting. Did you need for anyone who speaks, other than maybe council members, you can tell them their voice pretty good, but staff or our presenters, did you need them to at least state their name every time they talk?
Yes, please, because Linda does these and she does the audio, not the video.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so Jacqueline, you were suggesting that Amber or Ifo speak on this?
Right, interject about if this is Jacqueline McCray, that this is a high-level snapshot, this environmental scan, but the question I posed to Ifo or Amber is if, staff is available here in the Zoom room to provide an additional information to Councilmember Gandara's question.
Mayor, this is Ifo. I'm not sure we were prepared to have any presentation in addition to this environmental scan. We can certainly get that. I mean, we have several hours here, so I mean, that information could be handy. Certainly, Natalie has made the presentation, so she can bring that presentation back or details of that particular housing presentation. Certainly, I think Chief is on. So I didn't know if you wanted to expand this section of the agenda and have those, go off on those discussions, or you want us to present it separately. We can certainly get more data from staff. Like I said, we have several hours here to gather up data that we need if you need additional data at this time.
So this is Jacqueline McCray. Ifo, if that question was to me, I would appreciate if we could, proceed with our agenda, but as additional information, if it's certainly in written form, that we make it available so that it can be reviewed. And as we discuss safety or housing, that then we could then bring it to the forefront and make it known and discuss it.
For sure, thank you, Jeff. And it was also even to the mayor and council, if this is something as well as they where they'd like to take the discussion at this point. But my preference as well would be to maybe continue, and we can make note of that data that's been requested and give staff time to provide whatever data is needed. So over the course of the day, we can provide it.
This is Sam Lieberman. I will quickly add to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara's point and Councilor Sword's point. I quickly pulled up because I know that it is relevant to what you each mentioned and providing some context, and also to what we heard about some of your concerns during our interviews and what we heard during the icebreaker. Just quickly, the overall poverty rate in Las Cruces has remained relatively stable since 2011, and I have census data through 2017, and it's about at 25%. It has fluctuated between 25 and 22, but the 2017 data from the American Community Survey put it at 25%. To dig into that a little bit, looking at it by race, whites are about 19% poverty rate, blacks that are about 16%, Hispanics are about 28%, and this is 2017 data, and then looking at poverty rate by age, the youngest among us are most in poverty, and as we get older, we come out of it. And so those under 6, the poverty rate is about 35%. 12 to 17-year-olds are at about 30%. It's a big chunk, but the 18 to 59-year-olds are about 26%. And then those 60 and older at 10%. And I think we see this a little bit. We heard in the environmental scan, and as Councilor Sorg noted, the median household income is getting better. The number of single family homes is increasing. And I think that speaks a little bit to what we've seen in terms of folks moving into Las Cruces and a retiree community, developing a little bit. And so that's a little extra context. I know Mayor Pro Tem, you asked about the poverty rate, and a little context for you, Councilor Sorg, but yeah.
Sam, thank you so much for that. I know what it is. I just don't know that everybody does, especially the public, right? And we have experts in this in our staff that I'm hoping as we have developed this PowerPoint and this data that Amber and others have reached out to staff to really be able to have a more cohesive, right, presentation. Comprehensive maybe is the word. Everybody knows housing and poverty and all mental health are my priorities. I don't know that they are for everybody, but typically municipalities aren't, haven't wanted to take that on in terms of mental health. So I don't know that we have the experts in the house to be able to do that, and we're working on that. And so I'm just putting in a plug that I want to know that our experts in the house have been, they've incorporated what they know to be able to give all of us, to include the public, a snapshot, an environmental scan that's appropriate, right, to move forward.
Okay, well, thanks. And Mayor Pro Tem is going to be taking over for me at around 9:30 I'm going to be out for about 30 minutes. So.
Mayor, I had my hand raised. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Councilor.
That's
Councilor
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just to sort of go off on Mayor Pro Tem's point. I mean, I'm also painfully aware of the poverty rate, particularly as it pertains to children in our community. I do think it's important that we talk about it often and publicly and consistently and keep it at the forefront of our minds. I do think, though, we should discuss at some point and make it part of the conversation that even though we see the median household income has increased, poverty rate has remained shamefully this high for a decade. So there's something going on where you have this median income that's increasing, but the poverty rate isn't moving, right? Like that needs to be part of a discussion and conversation as to why that's happening. And that perhaps it's because new people are moving here. They're bringing their wealth already with them, retirees perhaps, yet we are not necessarily investing in mechanisms that are ensuring communities who live here already, who do not have the wealth to leave, who live in this or perhaps don't want to, but certainly can't. It's important that our focus is on those families and in those neighborhoods, because that's never going to change if we don't invest serious resources into that issue. And I think, I hope part of what I hope to bring to this discussion today and my time here is a push for how city government needs to play a fundamental role in in anti-poverty policy that actually gets people out of poverty.
Very good. Thanks. Okay, so I guess we'll let you guys continue.
Okay, thank you. This is Jacqueline again. So next up, Sam has the results of the community and the employee survey. And I know that the mayor has to be away shortly for a half an hour. Mayor, is it okay if we proceed, or should we take a half an hour break until you get back?
Oh no, go ahead and proceed. Really, for the neat thing about this is a lot of our goals are pretty similar on council. I mean, there's just a few things there that, throughout the year, listening to my colleagues, things that I liked what I heard. I support what they had to say, and so that's why some of these things here. To be real candid with you, I'm happy with these 5. We do these 5, we're good. I'm good. I can go home, but so what, whatever. But I think you'll find that this meshes well with a lot what the community has to say, as well as what my colleagues had to say, because pretty much a couple of these at least came from my colleagues. So.
Great, thank you. Sam?
Thanks, Jacqueline. This is Sam Lieberman. So we, as Jacqueline mentioned previously, we wanted to gather as much information as possible from as many people as possible to provide to you so that you could understand how the community feels on the strategic plan elements that we'll develop and how staff felt as well. So to do that, because we can't interview everybody, we developed and deployed 2 separate surveys. We sent one survey to all staff that was sent on December 17th, and staff was given about a week to take it. That survey closed on December 23rd. We had a total of 363 employees respond to the survey. We also did a staff survey or community survey, excuse me, that was sent to the community on December 16th. And that was sent in a number of different ways, or people were invited to participate in a number of different ways. We sent an email with an invitation to the survey to all of the utility billing customers, which was about 80,000 residents. We also asked staff, and staff did put the survey link and invited folks to take it on the social media pages, and I believe advertised on social media. And they also put it on the website. And we had 1,906 participants for the community survey. As Jacqueline mentioned, the full results of both the community and employee surveys are in the workbook in attachment A, which begins on page 14. I will not go over all of them, though we have incorporated most of the results throughout this presentation. For those of you that interviewed with us, the stuff that we asked in the survey is similar to what we asked in the interview. So we wanted survey respondents to reflect on what they thought were the strengths of the community, what they thought were the opportunities in the future, and then we solicited their feedback on the vision and mission statements that were created through Elevate Las Cruces. We asked them to provide us with their thoughts on organizational values. And these are all things that we'll have you guys discuss later on in the day. And then we also, really the meat was to get a sense from survey respondents about the priorities that they wanted to see for the future. What you see here are a comparison of what staff in the community felt were the strengths in Las Cruces. And the list of strengths was developed following our interviews with department directors and elected officials. And then survey respondents were also provided the opportunity to add any strengths. What's notable here to me is staff in the community really agree on what the top 4 strengths are in Las Cruces. That's the presence of the university, the natural beauty, the weather as I sit here and it's 20 degrees outside. And this really came up in every conversation that I had, which was around 10 or 12 folks, and then everybody says it's just such a friendly community. Everybody is so friendly and nice, and that really is a strength and a great reason to live in Las Cruces. We also asked about opportunities. So the next slide shows a comparison again of the opportunity rankings. Again, here staff and the community agreed on the top 4 opportunities that exist in the future for Las Cruces. So a little different order. Really, the community feels that there's an opportunity for the Las Cruces government really to improve communication with its residents. And this was also a element of the previous strategic plan, and it's still on the tops of minds of the community members and staff. An improved use of technology within government, without government, outside of government, really looks like it's an opportunity that you could think about for the future. We saw, the number one strength being the presence of the university, and an opportunity that folks see from that is to really try to create new partnerships with the university and the community college. And then really, over and over again in our conversations and in the survey results, we heard about the need to grow business in the community. The results in terms of the vision and mission and values and priority areas we have dispersed throughout the rest of this presentation. And so you'll see how staff and community felt in those areas when we begin the discussion about those areas. But we try to do extensive outreach to ensure that you guys could be provided with really as much information from a wide variety of sources as possible as you begin to take into account their thoughts in developing your strategic plan. Any questions about the strengths and opportunities before we move in?
Mr. Lieberman.
Councilor Sorg.
There's something that sticks out like a sore thumb here, and I don't know why, but the opportunity of programs and services to lift people out of poverty, the staff ranks at last. And it isn't all that high with the community ranking either. Can you explain anything about that? When, most of the council here, all of us, in fact, want to do this.
So my assumption would be that the community members who had the ability to take the survey or self-selected to take the survey are probably those that are not in poverty and are probably those that don't think often about poverty. And, frankly, the community members that are in poverty are lucky to have you all on council thinking about it, right?
Yes, okay.
Not everybody is. And so that would be my assumption, judging from what we have here.
Yeah, that sounds like it's right. In fact, at one point in time, and I forgot about it, that's what I thought too, that your sample of the community is missing some demographics, if I could say it that way. I don't know if that's the best way to say in your business, but there's missing pieces here, and that's why, like you say, they aren't thinking about it. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other, I see Mayor Pro Tem, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I see Councilor Flores has her hand up.
You're stealing my thunder. No, I'm just kidding, Sam. No problem. Go. Hi, Councilor Flores.
Hi. You're going to be okay. The thunder will come back. Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. I'm so glad to see this broken down. I too saw that the ranking to lift people out of poverty was very high by ranked by staff. So at least we have a demographic. One factor is that they're employed. So, you know, if it's a staff ranking, but the community ranking, you know, that's pretty high. That was a 7. So what did the survey ask the survey taker, the community ranking? The staff we know are employed, but as far as those who from the community who responded to the survey, is there any demographic breakdown? Are they retired? Are they young? Are they native to New Mexico? No, or not native, but long-term residents. And I just based on seeing people who are active in the community are those who are not too busy working or not worried about where their next meal is coming from, or they have a computer to participate in this survey. I'm presuming that the survey wasn't door to door. I doubt very much that it was door to door because the number was pretty low. I mean, I don't know. It was 80,000 residents responded, and excuse me, a total. Let's see. Well, anyway, the 363 employees responded out of a pool of about 1,500, I believe. Mayor Pro Tem is our employee base here, yeah. And then 80,000 residents out of a population of 100,000 plus. So I don't, okay, do you do a break? So my first question is, did you get any demographics on the residents responding? And number 2, do you therefore take assumptions, or do you do it? If you don't, or even if you do, are there assumptions from which we can work by? Because to me, this is a little scary. And I'm not even sure that, and frankly, I'm not sure that some of these questions are, I mean, infill development, you know, I mean, how many people in the community know about infill development, you know, as opposed to outfill maybe? I mean, you know, and so I'm just really curious about how this information, this polling, how the information was extracted from everyone who partook in this.
Thank you, Councilor. This is Sam Lieberman. So we I'm going to try to address all of it. I think you're right that you know, this being limited to those with a computer and an internet connection is an issue. We have in the past been able to do broader outreach. We were limited by the pandemic and timing, unfortunately. We did ask a couple of demographic questions of the community members. We asked them which district they lived in to see if there were any differences in how respondents felt depending on which district they lived in. We did not find any significant differences. We asked whether they were a resident of the city or a business owner or member of a city board or commission. 75% of the folks who responded are residents, and 9% were business owners, and there's probably some overlap in that. And again, we didn't find significant differences in those groups. And then we also asked about age. And so about 14% of respondents were between 18 and 35. 25% were between 36 and 54. 22% were between 55 and 64, and then 40% of our survey respondents were over 60 years. And so it's knowing what we know about the community demographics, that is not as representative, I think, as the community as a whole. You know, I can say that how surveying works, even though there's 100,000 people in the community, getting 1,900 responses allows me to be, and you've heard this term before, I know, I'm 95% confident that these responses are within a margin of error of 2%, of those that we of the demographics that we surveyed, and I think that needs, that is important, as you all have noticed and pointed out. I will add, and I should have mentioned this at the beginning, we offered the survey in both English and Spanish. We only had, I believe it was 12 of the 1,900 folks respond to the survey in Spanish, or take the survey that was provided in Spanish. I think I
Sam,
got
this is Jacqueline. Can you inform the council members of the districts that the surveys were received from?
Yes, absolutely. So 11% of the respondents came from District 1, and 13% came from District 2, 7.5% from District 3. That was the fewest among the survey respondents. He's not here. That's easy, Mr. Councilor Sorg. For those that aren't watching, he gave a thumbs down. 15% from District 4, 23-ish% from District 5, and then 32% from District 6. So most of the folks who took the survey, well, not most, but nearly a third were in District 6.
And you probably know that District 6, I think, and I should know this as a city councilor, I should have that hard fact or stat, is that a lot of people in this district are retired, and they are, I wouldn't say wealthy relative to, someone living in Dubai or Beverly Hills, but relatively speaking, that's the perception, and I think that's a reality. So it doesn't surprise me that it has the highest percentage of people who participated in this survey. And I think that some of the responses are based, well, what else? I don't think they're fact-based. I think they're perception-based. So some of it is like, for example, look at that improved communication with residents, community ranking number 1. So, I mean, it's interesting to see that, isn't it? Because I think a lot of people in this district, District 6, are very much involved. I mean, they're the ones that I know I certainly see frequently here, there, and everywhere in the city, in the community. If they're involved in one thing, they're going to be involved in another thing, which is wonderful, but not everyone has that luxury of time or, I think there's a correlative with the income level. It's all relative, but there's definitely, as I said, it's not, I think the perception is that people in District 6 are very wealthy. There might be one or two that I know of who are extremely wealthy. But other than that, it's, retirement and, living off of 401ks and IRAs and having sold their home somewhere in California, maybe, and being able to afford a home that's considered in the rich part of town. So anyway, so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Next up, Councillor Abeyta-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Sam. I think that Councillor Flores hit on part of what I was going to say. I had been looking at the graphs earlier when doing my research, and those graphs on page 20 of just the community survey, the respondents, because I was very curious about my own district. And I think there's a lot of correlation between that opportunity of improved communications. And then you can see how much it does affect people in these other areas as well, because we are not able to reach certain demographics. And we can see it, my district, Councillor Vasquez, and even Mayor Pro Tem's district, we do have areas that have significant poverty issues. And therefore, most of these people are going to be having different work schedules, not the opportunities to participate in meetings, especially when we have them during a regular work day. And so we're not going to get that voice and opportunity quite as much. And so it doesn't surprise me that we have this communication as the number one opportunity. I think it's one that I have really thought that it is the greatest opportunity for our community as well, because I do believe the city, they do so much, and we do have a lot of opportunities and events and different things, but getting that message out to the public, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect there. And so I think, even having this improved use of technology, so that's also a form of communication for a lot of people. So for me, it does make sense that we would address that communication, and we'll probably end up addressing some of these other needs too by being innovative on how we approach the community with this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Beatus-Dube. Councillor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just like to add one more thing as far as the response from the different districts. District 5 and District 6 has the highest populations of the 7 districts too. Even 10 years ago, when the lines were drawn last, the populations of 5 and 6 were higher than the other 4. Not much, just a little bit. But anyway, though 5 and 6 is where the growth is in the city. And so you got to take that in consideration. It's part of the reason, but there's more reasons why, like you said before, more reasons why some of the other districts are responding to the, taking the survey rather, less than other districts. And for all the reasons we've been mentioning by Councilor Flores and Councilor Beatus-Dube and so forth. I just wanted to add that there is a higher population in 5 and 6. So it's trying to interpret this, these survey results is important. And if you all can add some more interpretation to it, I'd appreciate it for one.
This is Sam Lieberman. I think it's hard to assume what survey respondents are thinking and add that interpretation to what we see here. What we know is where they rank these things and whether they agree with them. We used the survey or like to use the survey results to inform what we want to dive deeper into and understand when we do our focus groups, and we did some of that. And the focus group results are included in your packet. As Jacqueline mentioned at the beginning, we did 4 focus groups, 3 of which were with community members. And I think along the lines of what we've heard here in the last few minutes, they were scheduled during the day. The makeup of the groups was not as representative of the community. They weren't as well attended as we like. And I think there are a number of factors that went into why that's the case. And so we have those results, we provided them. We didn't feel they were as representative of this community as they could be. And so we didn't want to highlight them here, but we generally like to use these results to dig in a little deeper, right? And so we did a little bit of that, and we try not to assume what folks are thinking when they provide these results, but we can show you what they tell us and then make some conclusions about why they are where they are, such as, who was able to take it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And so, let's continue. Mayor Pro.
Thank you, Councillor Sorg. I had Councillor Flores. Did you put your hand down, Councillor Flores, or had something more to say?
No, I did have my hand up, but Councillor Sorg covered. Oh, I know. Mr. Lieberman or Ms. McCrary or the two of you, for example, the one that really strikes me right here is, for example, improved marketing for the city. And then the one right below it, infill development. when the survey was presented to staff and to the community at large, was there an explanation as what this meant? What does infill development mean? Open paren, developing land within a certain district or a certain area in the city.
So this is Sam Lieberman, sorry,
Yes.
Counselor.
Yeah.
No, what you see is what they saw.
Okay. So someone taking this, so someone ranking at number 9 or staff ranking at number 5 really isn't indicative of what they might rank it at if they knew what it was. I'm not in any way berating the survey. I'm just saying that if, for strategic planning, and all of us share the same, I think you've gathered that we all have the same concerns. It's our children, poverty, and of course, that encompasses everything, right? Education, food insecurity, that sort of stuff. So I don't know. I mean, just, again, I'm not in your field. I'm just a city councilor, not just a city councilor. We're city councilors, we're city leaders, quote unquote, who are driven to make decisions based not only on what we see, but things that we can really measure. So this is troubling to me, Mr. Lieberman, with all due respect, and I do not in any way want to, those are just the 2 examples, and there's other things too that are troubling to me. Insofar as the survey is concerned, I think they're excellent questions, and we on city council and city government understand what these questions mean. But, does someone living in dire poverty without a computer who isn't able to participate, even if they had a computer, if they could go to the library, if they could get a bus, if they could, afford Uber, if they had a car to go to the library, maybe to participate in this, this survey, would they understand it? And so then what is the value of having this information if we're not hitting, if there's not understanding of what these options mean, or quote, these opportunities, unquote. And I don't know if you can question that, but I don't know if we can really, I don't know if we can really make informative type decisions based on this. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. So fellow councilors, if you agree or disagree, or Madam Chair, Mayor Pro Tem, please correct me, or
Councilor Flores, thank you for that. I know for me, is this a snapshot of what our community, a small portion of our community feels, and I know that there's some understanding that it could be representative of our districts and whatnot. I mean, I think there's probably some ways that we can continue with this ranking and sort of delving in with further focus groups as we get further along in the strategic process, right? Once we pick the priorities, we can go out and really determine if others feel the same way. And then lastly, I know that in preparation to this day, I've been meeting with a lot of my organized associations, really speaking to what they feel the priorities are. And, some are representative of the community rankings and some are not. I know that particularly in District 1 and probably one of the more impoverished and the older, the original town site, people are really concerned about poverty and housing and infrastructure. And that pretty much was similar across my district. So I'll just say that and leave it at that. Councillor Sorg and then Councillor Bencomo.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what Councilor Flores was saying is my feeling too. We could take these survey results kind of in a limited way as a rough idea because people don't understand what infill development is. And just wait till we come to surveys coming up shortly, how they rank equity. They rank it last. And I don't think they know what equity is. They might have the misconception that equity means equality. And I don't think that that's where you're going to get mistakes there. So at least that's what I've learned from people that I talk to. We have an education problem, of course, and that's part of it. So yeah, Councilor Forrest has the right idea. I agree with her.
Thank you, Councillor Sorg, Councillor Bencomo, and Mayor is back. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I definitely agree with Councillor Flores. I mean, I'm personally pretty disappointed that staff ranked initiatives to pull people out of poverty last. That's pretty disappointing to hear. Perhaps I'm not so disappointed from the community because I think, I mean, I don't want to belabor it. I think we know who is filling out the survey, and it's not necessarily people directly impacted by poverty. So I think when we get to the priorities of council, they might be pretty different. And I think that it's because, for me, certainly, I won't speak for the rest of you, although I'm pretty certain we're very similar in this. I pride myself in having very direct communication with people. I mean, just a year ago, I walked every single street in District 4 and I talked to so many people. And I'm very confident in what I believe priorities for District 4 are and for our community because of that communication. So I'm not coming to the table as just me, Joanna Bencomo. I'm coming to the table as the representative for District 4, knowing that the struggle and the desires of the constituents I represent, I'm bringing that to the table as well. And I know that carries some weight. We of course don't want to ignore the survey results. I think there are a number of people saying these things are important. And I also want to remind us that as representatives of our district, we hold a lot more knowledge and wisdom of what people are going through in our communities and our neighborhoods. And I mean, totally agree with like some of the language on here. I'm not even sure what improved use of technology is and why everyone rated it so high. I'm not even sure I understand that. So I'm not surprised by other things in here, right? But like, if you're not struggling with housing, why would you put that a priority? And if you are struggling with housing, trust me, this survey is the last thing on your mind. So I think some of those realities are true. And I just want to obviously remind us that as representatives of our community, we're bringing a lot more. We also have a very weighted opinion and contribution to this conversation.
This is
Thank you, Councillor Bencomo. And let me just share, I agree with a lot of your comments. Let me just say this, that although these results are to some awakening, that doesn't mean that we can't still focus on priorities that you've set forth, that the council set forth. And I agree. I mean, I don't think anyone will have a problem if we were to focus and lift people out of poverty, but at the same time, also, I guess, doing two things at one time, also doing some of the other things that the community wants to see. In fact, that's kind of a 2-for-1, so it's good to at least have an idea of what community's thinking, what staff thinking, but I think for the most part, and I think you hit the nail on the head, I think that almost all of us, not almost all of us, want to lift people out of poverty. That was one of EFO's top, that was, to me, one of the things that really just stuck out when he had his interview with us, and how he was able to lower the poverty rate where he came from, how his focus was going to be on this. And I think we still need to move in that direction. And I'm sure you agree. So I appreciate your comments and your compassion and for our residents. And you might be right. I mean, they're busy working jobs, maybe 2 jobs. They don't have time to answer the survey. You know what they need, and I do too. And I think we need to just continue to move focus on lifting people out of poverty, and at the same time, if also do some other things that we might be able to do as well.
Are there other questions? This is Jacqueline McCrae.
Mayor, this is Ifo. If I can make a comment real quick, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look for a place to raise my hand, and I apologize I really do want this to be a council discussion.
Don't worry about it. You're the center of attention. You're the one who can get it done.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Mayor, Councilor Sorg and I had a brief conversation about just results too. We were just talking as well, and so one thing I do want to mention with because there's a staff ranking here, is that this I want to tell you, so from somebody coming in brand new to staff, just so everybody's not alarmed. We do have a very caring staff, just so you know. I don't think this is indicative of our staff not caring about people. What I do believe, since I had time to think about it too, since Councilor Sorg brought this up to me as well. This was presented in our work emails, right? And so this is being taken with the lens of our jobs, individual jobs, right? So what would be important, what our individual roles are in our departments. And so every department, every staff member has specific responsibilities that they're responsible for. I can see why use of technology, right? Because as it relates to how we can do our job effectively. And so when they're taking this survey, they're taking it with the lens of what me personally as an employee of Las Cruces is important to me as it relates and pertains to me being able to do my job. So if you look at some of these, some of the high ranking, you do have things that are all relative to, you talk about business growth, you talk about communication with residents. These are things that we talk about as individual goals with each department, right? And so we don't have everybody working on these programs and services. There's certain sections in the city that do specifically focus on that. But I just wanted to make that comment, because I do believe, and even the 300 something, 300 something employees that took the survey, I guarantee you, the majority of those that took the survey are not overpaid bureaucrats like myself, right? They're also within the wages aren't very high. I mean, we're not talking about, we're all a bunch of overpaid bureaucrats taking this survey, and so therefore not caring about lifting others out of poverty. I do believe that. I think that that has to do with more of the lens that we're taking the survey in, and how it relates to their job. But I just wanted to add that as we're trying to interpret this data. Just a thought. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, this is Sam Lieberman, if I may.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
So first, you all are absolutely right. I agree. I want to add some important context that I'm realizing now I likely should have added earlier. These opportunities and strengths were presented to respondents, and they were asked whether they agreed or disagreed that these were strengths or opportunities. And so to the point, for the community members, for every one of these opportunities, at least 77% of community members ranked it as that they agreed it was an opportunity, right? So more than 3/4 of all community member respondents agreed that every one of these items is an opportunity. And the ranking is just where they fit in how many of them agreed it was an opportunity. And it just so happened that 77% agreed that lifting folks out of poverty is an opportunity. That was just the fewest of all of them, but still more than 3/4 of the community member respondents said that. And then to Ipo's point about staff, 75% of staff agree that programs and services to lift people out of poverty is an opportunity. And so, these are all relative within each other in terms of these rankings. And so, everybody agrees, more than a majority agrees that all of these are opportunities. It's just how relative within there. And that's where these rankings shook out. And then you all have mentioned this, and Councilor Bencomo, to your point about knowing the pulse of your district. This is just one piece, and maybe a flawed piece of information for you guys to take into account as you put the strategic plan elements together. And so, yes, please do focus on what you know, and what you know is what are the priorities of your of the people you represent. In addition to, we've heard this and this and this because of the survey or the focus groups or the environmental scan, but it's one piece of a greater picture, certainly. Mayor, if I may, we were thinking, we've been here for a couple hours now, of taking a short 10-minute break, let everybody stretch their legs, get another cup of coffee, and then we can come back and talk about vision and mission values.
Sure, of course.
All right. Well,
We'll
with
come
that,
back at what time?
we'll come back at 10:10. I got the time
Thank you.
change correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
This is Jacqueline. Mayor, are we ready to resume?
Let's see if we have a quorum. Looks like Councilman Como. Who else is here? Councilor Sorg, myself. I think we need one. Oh, yes. Okay, we're good.
Great. Great. Now we just want to take a little bit of time to review with you, the basis for which priorities and goals are really established. And that would be through your vision, your mission, and your organizational values. Can you advance the slide, please, to vision? You have a wonderful vision statement that was developed through Elevate Las Cruces. And I won't read it to you out loud, but it's here on the screen. And you will note that, once again, a majority of employees and community respondents to the surveys really agree with the current vision statement. So the question we have for you, Mayor and members of council, do you feel the same way, or do you have, suggested changes or revisions to this vision statement, which is from Elevate Las Cruces?
Looks pretty good to me, but let's let the rest chime in.
Certainly.
Councilor Beatty, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I do really like our vision statement. I think it encompasses a multicultural viewpoint and a general view, so that is something that we can work towards for the future. So I am in agreement to keep it the same.
Oh, Lou's kind of froze.
Okay. Any better? Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay.
We
Sorry.
we heard the most important part. Keep it the same. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Councilor Flores. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Beto. You still speaking?
Yes, she was.
I was. Thank you. I was just going to say that I agreed with the vision statement. It has a multicultural viewpoint, and it also has a generational aspect to it where we can work towards the future. It's not stagnant.
Perfect. I'm going to presume that you're done. Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree 100% with my colleague, Councilor Abeta Stuvey. And the vision is really almost a mission for a lot of us. And really, it's substantive. And I think the livability aspect of it encompasses the prosperity. I mean, it's the prosperity and environment. Not only the environment, not only being our natural beauty here, but the environment of people being healthy, receiving a good education, and all the economic opportunities that that we're working on. So I totally agree with it. I would
You muted yourself, Counselor. So, but we heard the
I just
other
said I
part that
totally
you-
agree with it
yeah.
and I wouldn't change it. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thanks. Okay, I think that's it. Mayor Pro Tem, did you had your hand up? Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's too long and I think it's combining a vision and mission together. But that's me.
Okay. Counselor Sorg?
Yeah, I concur with the Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. My little note that I have here about it is that I like it, it's good, but it is a little too long. I put in here that it would just be fine if it stops the quality of life, but if we can have the rest of it as part of something, part of our mission, goal, whatever, that would be fine. But even if we leave it as is, I'm fine. I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it. Let's go ahead and continue to move forward. And I wonder if we should put after quality of life kind of like it's 2 paragraphs instead of 1 big paragraph. Would that be helpful a little bit?
Mayor, I think it's fine the way it is, personally.
You good? Okay, good. Well, then,
Yeah, just leave it as it is.
all right. Got it.
Okay, so this is Jacqueline again. So next we have, your existing mission statement, and the mission statement comes from your current strategic plan. And so the same comments there. Also agreement from the community and employees that the mission statement is good as it is. So same comments. Any changes or revisions that you all would like to see?
Councilor Sorg, you have your hand up?
I am sorry, but as long as I have my hand up, they're say the same thing as I said for the other statement division. So I like it the way it is. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, I do too. I think it's good. I don't know what the others say. I think their silence means approval.
Well, actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yes?
not speaking over anybody. Thank you for recognizing me. I
didn't see you. I don't see your hand
No,
up.
I didn't have my hand up,
Oh.
but I didn't see anybody else's hand up, so I wasn't stepping on
Oh.
anybody's toes. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah, so thank you for allowing me to speak up.
Wait, we should do this a Seinfeld moment. Why don't you stop, put your hand up, and then I'll recognize you. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, finish.
There it is.
Okay, now, Councilor Fontaine.
Wow, thank you,
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. I like the Las Cruces mission statement. But it just sounds too, it's kind of cold. It's kind of like, and to provide customer focused municipal services. I mean, that sounds like a brochure I'd find in my utility bill. And that's the only thing. The content is okay, but but anyway, I don't know if we really want to change it at this point. But I mean, it's okay, but I don't know. It's just too cold, but I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it. I don't know. I just don't see how, and I know that the city government is an organization, it's a business. Somehow I don't like to see our residents called customers. It's like we're Macy's or JCPenney or, McDonald's or something. I don't know, it just seems kind of cold, but that's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Flores, I can understand and agree with what you're saying, but I also have to mention that sometimes we forget that a lot of the residents who move here, they move here because of a choice, and they could easily move away, and we don't want them to. And so I think by having that customer, that word customer, kind of reinforces the fact that, we have to remember that they can choose, many could choose that, that have recently moved here could choose to live a lot of other places. And let's just say hypothetically, 25% of the people moved away. We don't want that. What that means is our revenues will be dropped, and we probably would have to do some changes to the city government. So I think by keeping that word just reinforces our organization that, that they are very valuable, and we want to make sure that we provide the best service we possibly can. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Jacqueline.
Okay, Jacqueline again. I think we can now go to values, and Sam will lead you through that.
Jacqueline, this is Sam Lieberman. So what you see here on the screen are on the left is the list of values in alphabetical order that came out of our discussions with all of you, with your department leadership, and with city leadership. We asked them to think, you guys and them to think about values, and came up with this larger list towards the left of the screen. And then we've also included the results from the employee and community survey in terms of which values they thought should be included in the strategic plan. And you currently don't have values. And as the slide notes, to us, values really are what guide the behaviors and actions of elected officials and staff. It's what we think about, we look towards when we're doing our day-to-day work, when we're interacting with residents. And so, they should be, we should have a relatively short list so that they are memorable and impactful. The employee and survey, the survey response values are in order of how often folks mentioned them in terms of wanting them to be values for the strategic plan. I will note that, and this has come up a couple times, some of these are very similar. And so, when we begin this discussion, some are similar. We might choose a particular value because we like integrity instead of honesty or something, for example, right? Because those are relatively similar. And so what we're going to do is really open the floor to you all to, again, just sort of throw out your favored values, your top 3, 4, 5 values. Ashley is going to capture them and as we have this discussion. And then let's say we end up after that discussion with 10 suggested values. We will work with you all to come to a consensus on 4 or 5 that you all agree on, or more, your choice, of course, that you agree on to be the values that we'll include in the strategic plan. So again, what you see here is everything we've learned from the surveys, how folks ranked them in terms of what they thought should be included as values. But we want to hear from you all what you think should be the values included in the strategic plan. And if we end up with too large of a list, we'll work to whittle that down. So I suppose you have to raise your hand for the mayor to call on you. So if you want to make some suggestions in terms of values that you would like to see included in the strategic plan, Ashley will capture that, and then we'll try to whittle those down. And I see some of you jotting some notes. We'll give you some time to think. Mayor, and if you want to kick us off, or if you want to go last, it's your choice.
Oh, well, let's see here. So I like customer focused. I think that's good. I like diversity. I like mutual respect, professionalism, and fiscal stewardship. So you said 5 or 10?
Well, I think, ideally we will keep what's in the strategic plan to around 5.
Okay.
So it's great that you suggested 5. My guess is after we hear from the rest of your colleagues, we'll end up with a list that's larger than 5, and then we'll all work together to come to a consensus on what the top 5 may be, or 6 or 7 if we feel pretty strongly about some.
So why don't they just give you 2 more, make it 7, and then because we're going to whittle it down to 5.
Sure. We'll whittle it down to a smaller number, yeah.
Okay, and then the next one, the other 2 would be responsive and transparency. Okay, so now we're going to go with Councilor Betastuvi, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have my camera off. I have kids doing Zoom classes, so we're all
okay.
internet right now. So I have a couple similar ones to yours: integrity, professionalism, diversity, responsive, customer focused, transparency, and then also I do think it's important to have forward thinking.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last one. What was the last one?
Forward thinking.
Oh, forward thinking. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you. I like accountability, customer focused, diversity, equity, professionalism, I like fiscal stewardship. Is that 6?
I don't know. That sounds about right. Maybe one more.
All right. Did I get one more? I like integrity as well. Did I say that? I think I did. Mutual respect.
Okay. Councilor Sword.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start by saying, I think we should have these values, all of them. There's good in every one of these here. I think that we should have some of every one of them. But picking out 5 or 6 in no particular order, they're all equal. I have equity, I have respect, innovation, and I put innovation with efficiency. I think innovation and efficiency are there is something in common with the two. And then transparency and honesty. I'm reminded of the oath we take when we testify that it involves the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the kind of honesty that I'm embracing here. But you could add almost any one of the others to my list too. And none of them very much higher than the others. Service, of course, is always good. And resilience is going to be okay too. Okay, that's my input.
Okay. Councilor Bencomo and then Councilor Flores.
Thanks, Mayor. I quickly jotted down the ones to me that are most significant are equity, progress. I think we should be courageous, responsive, and accountable.
Very good. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, and mine too are, as Counselor Sorg stated, not necessarily, they're all equal. Honesty, compassion, kindness, courage, respect.
Okay. So there you go.
Great. So I know Ashley has been bolding some. I have been kind of keeping tally of those that were mentioned more often. So I'm gonna have Ashley type in these in order of how often they were mentioned. And I'll tell you how often the 6 of you mentioned them. So again, in order of how often they were mentioned, but beyond that, no particular order. Customer focused was mentioned by 3 of you. Diversity was mentioned by 3 of you. Professionalism was mentioned also by 3 of you. Responsive, again, 3 of you. Transparency and equity were all mentioned by 3 of you. And then I'll mention those that were discussed by 2 of you, and then we can whittle down from there. So mutual respect, fiscal stewardship, integrity, accountability. Now it'll get fun for Ashley. Respect, honesty, and courage, courageous.
Hold on, Sam.
Yeah. So it's respect, honesty, and courage or courageous. And those were all mentioned by 2 of you. So from here, we have 6 values that were mentioned by at least half of you. Customer focused, diversity, professionalism, responsive, transparency, and equity. Does anyone feel very strongly that any of those mentioned by just 2 of you should be raised up a little?
And this is Jacqueline, while you think about that. But so, you know, a lot of communities that we work with, they have a short number of organizational values so that they can be memorized by the employees. And so that's why we are trying to help you focus on a key set, while there may be a lot of others that, you know, as I'm driving into work to provide services to the residents and businesses of the city of Las Cruces, I'm thinking about these key values that council have indicated are most important.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor.
It looks like respect is in there twice, mutual and just respect.
Okay.
So you count those as 4 then? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, this is Sam. I think that's an important point, Councilor Sorg. Some of these I think could be combined, or we could decide we like one word over another. But you know, honesty and integrity are relatively similar, for instance. Excuse me.
And we've also got a couple comments from Councilor Bencomo, I mean a couple council members, Councilor
let's hear.
and Councilor Beta Studi.
Let's hear.
No, Mayor, I just forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Councilor Beta Studi?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to say that a couple of these seem to have a similar theme. And so items like, for me, a customer focus, but professionalism and responsiveness all tie in together.
I agree. Yeah.
because if we are customer focused, then we should be responsive. We should have that professionalism. And then do something like that, because I do think it might be important to put one of the items such as either integrity or accountability, both of which I think are very important within at least a top 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Sam Lieberman
guess
again.
now
Go ahead, Counselor.
sorry, Mayor, I do actually have a question now. Yes, I mean, these are all important, and I think we all have these all the time. I have a really interesting reaction to customer focused. I don't see constituents as customers. I guess in some sense I see why we have that. I just wonder, to me, that's really an interesting framing in terms of how we relate to the community and what we're trying to do for residents, and seeing them as customers as if we're running a business, to me seems off-putting.
This is Sam, Councilman Coma. I think that's an important point. And if I may, if staff is professional, if staff is responsive, if staff is transparent, then they will be customer focused, right? And so, if I see some nodding heads, if there's agreement there, we could strike customer focus unless people feel really strongly it needs to be included. And let's hear that. But elements of that are absolutely contained in some of these values that you all have identified as important.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Councilor Betastuvi, did you have another comment? And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Sam. I think that's, you kind of phrased that. One thing I would like to add for Councilor Bencomo is that on our end, I understand your viewpoint, and they're not customers, they're our constituents, they're friends or neighbors, people that we oftentimes hold dear to us. A lot of the services that we provide, though, I think that's where you're getting that perhaps more of that customer base, and the residents are paying, whether it be with their tax dollars or for special items, for services. And so that's why I think having that customer service approach can pop up with that type of, I guess, language. But we are providing services, and we are, and they're paying for those services too. And that's why you want to establish, I would say it's a professionalism issue too, of making sure that we're communicating and delivering those items to what would be a customer in efficient and those professional manners. So it's just, I think it's a terminology thing, but I can see how there can be difference, and especially from electeds to staff members. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's see who's next. The Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the dialogue, and I think it goes back to what Councilor Flores was talking about earlier, that term in our mission, right? And so I understand where each of them are coming, but we are a business offering services, and I wonder if customer, and I think to Councilor Flores and Becomo's point, that customer seems so cold, right? It's a community member. It's like Councilor Beta Stuvey indicated, their friends, their neighbors, and maybe if we offered that up, maybe there will be a different way of addressing them, I'm thinking. But I too have a tendency to agree that customer is too cold of a word. That I understand about principally why, but maybe we need to look at that a little further and really have a deep understanding of, you know, these are our neighbors, our friends, our loved one, people we care about. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, this is Sam Lieberman. So we've got diversity and professionalism, responsive, transparency or transparent, equity. Those are 5. And then we have this mutual respect idea floating around. I'm going to pose the question again. Are there any that aren't included in that 5 that folks feel very strongly about, that either we grow the list to 6 or we add it and have a conversation and see if it's something we want to include? Or are folks happy with the 5 of diversity, professionalism, responsive, transparent, equity?
Mayor, if I can,
Yes, of course.
I really feel like our being fiscally responsible or fiscal stewardship really needs to land in there in some way. You know, that's for all of us, even with the service array that we do have available as city. We all need to be responsible. And I hear often from constituents and others that in the past about that. Being fiscally responsible, and that goes from you know, staff and the services to the items that we buy, that they're of quality, you know, just all those things I think play into that. So I feel strongly that that needs to land in a higher, in the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it's a good thing to have there. Councilor Sorg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've got a question. Would 6 or 7 values be too many, Sam? Or?
So no, you know, as Jacqueline noted, we want them to be memorable, but there's no magic number, right?
Okay.
And
The employees of Las Cruces have fantastic memories, just by the way.
Good call, Mayor. Good call.
This is Jacqueline. Excuse me for jumping in. Is the wording under, and I'm just going back a couple of comments, is the wording under fiscal, is it fiscal stewardship or fiscal responsibility? We want to reflect your words.
Cassandra?
I think, oh, I'm sorry.
Or whoever. I've got another one to add.
Well, on that one, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let me let Councilor Sorg speak, and then I'll go to you, Councilor Flores.
I was waiting for an answer about fiscal.
Okay, what was the question again?
This is Jacqueline. So I heard in the conversation among council members, the term fiscal responsibility. We have written fiscal stewardship. So we want to reflect your words. So I'm seeking clarification about that.
I would probably say responsibility.
I agree, Mayor.
Okay. Then I would like to add, well, my question really is the honesty one. Can honesty be part of the other 5 or 6 even? Or is it really kind of separate from the other 5 or 6? If it's separate, I'd like to add it.
Well, let me just throw this out, Councilor. You know what? Let me just use this as an example for all those that have run for judge before. You know, it's interesting when they say that they're honest and then they have integrity, and you think, you know what? That's automatic. You should have honesty and you should have integrity. Let me see something else that you're going to provide. And so, you know what I'm saying? Do we want to use that spot for something that we should be doing automatically?
Yeah, you can almost with almost all these here, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Well, but diversity, that sends a message that, you know, we support diversity.
Yeah,
I would venture to say that very few cities, except I bet you even in Southern California, are as diverse in administration as we are, which is good. You know,
I guess I'm influenced by our history in this city. And if you want to say that's an automatic thing, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
The honesty part, I mean.
let me go to Councilor Flores and see what she has to say. She always has lots of words of wisdom.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you're kidding and you're funny, so I'm laughing.
No, I'm not kidding, really. I mean,
Okay.
you've been around for a while, not that long.
I've been around the block, and I'm definitely dry behind the ears. But I think all of these are important, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that honesty and integrity and all that sort of stuff should be a given. But all of these up here should be a given. I mean, you know, we're an organization, we're providing services, we're therefore focused on that. But for the constituency, we wouldn't be here. But for the taxpayer, but for the, you know, the consumer, we wouldn't be here as we are today. Diversity should be a given. Professionalism. I mean, we're all, you know, we're elected officials, and there's an oath that we take. Our staff, the employees are presumably professionals. A lot of these are givens in terms of how we live our lives or should live our lives. You know, the respect, the integrity, you know, being courageous, you know, walking into areas that some of us have never tread upon. But so I don't know, accountability and fiscal responsibility, and given the McCard report, I mean, those are right now, I think all of us, well, I certainly am, it's at the forefront. And so you know, stewardship responsibility, as far as fiscal responsibility and stewardship, I think we should all know that we are stewards. We are, I mean, you know, I'm responsible so far as my own finances go. I have to be, otherwise I sink. But if I mess up, I'm only, you know, if I make a mistake in how I run my finances, it's on me. If we make mistakes here at the city, as were made, you know, as reported, we're in deep doo-doo. That's a very wise word, Mr. Mayor, doo-doo. So I think we have to be very careful about what should be givens. I mean, all of these I think are givens in my life, you know, maybe because I was raised as a Mexican, as a Catholic Jew, you know, I don't know. I think all of these are important, but if we want an acronym so that everybody can remember it, then we have to work around an acronym. I don't think everyone's going to remember even 5 points, quite frankly. And not that we're not capable, it's just that I think what has to be transmitted more than a word is the essence by our actions. So, I mean, if the words are going to guide us, so be it. But I think there has to be something more. And I think that's what the mayor is saying. Well, these, you know, it's a given. You know, diversity should be a given. You know, I mean, we have what 58% of our city is quote Hispanic unquote. So, but I think that like honesty and respect, they almost go hand in hand, because if you respect someone or if you have self-respect, you're going to be honest as a person. You're going to be honest as the way you deal with people, and also integrity. I think integrity maybe encompasses respect and honesty. So, and being courageous, maybe it does take a lot of courage to be honest. I don't know. All of these are excellent principles and values to live by. It would be very hard for me to do away with any of them, quite frankly. I think they're all excellent. So I think that the top value, as listed above, the community / constituent / service focused, is definitely, I think that everything after that falls under that umbrella. And I don't think that we shouldn't take out mutual respect. I mean, we really, or integrity, fiscal responsibility / accountability, literally, you know, maybe that goes together. Honesty and transparency go together. Being responsive and professionalism, maybe those go together. I don't know. I mean, I do know. I think that's what I would suggest. I mean, that is what I suggest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And yeah, thank you for that new word that I learned today.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
this is Sam Lieberman again.
Mhm.
I think this is a very valuable discussion, and you're all absolutely right that everything on this list is how all of us should be conducting ourselves in our work every day, and especially folks representing Las Cruces. And part of the idea around selecting a core set of organizational values is identifying those that are most important, that rise above for your staff to be thinking about and embodying, which is part of the essence of coming together to find a core 5 or 6 or so. And we've identified the bolded ones again: diversity, professionalism, responsive, transparency, equity, and fiscal responsibility. And I saw a lot of nodding heads when Councilor Sword said that needed to be a value. To Councilor Flores' point, yes, you could absolutely say these are all very important and organizational values. We want to make sure we've targeted those that rise above for your staff and yourselves moving forward. And so I think at this point, and thinking about anything beyond those that are bolded, beyond diversity, professionalism, responsive, transparency, equity, and fiscal responsibility. I heard, from Councilor Flores, I feeling relatively strongly about this mutual respect and respect idea. See a nodding head from Mayor Pro Tem. How do folks feel about adding that one, about including this idea of mutual respect, or do we think it's covered by being responsive and professional, or is it important enough to say, hey, we need to be sure our staff ourselves are thinking about respect and mutual respect? Is that something that a consensus we would want to add to the list of 6 that we have, or are we happy with the 6 and call it a day on values and move forward to priority areas?
Well, let's see here. Councilor Flores has a habit of leaving her hand up, but because she uses it to maybe get the first in to speak, or it was an accident.
No, I did forget, but then when Mr. Lieberman was speaking, I thought, well, I have to say something to that. And then I saw my hand was already up. So, but Mr. Sorg, Councilor Sorg can go first. He had his hand up.
I'm sure he would defer to you. He's a gentleman.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I feel very strongly that mutual respect or respect, I mean, that's the, I think it's redundant to say mutual, but that's just me. I would just put in respect, and then we could make a real easy acronym all of this. But respect, to me, it's something that we should be so innate, to respect Mother Earth, to respect one another, to respect living creatures, and big and small. And yet, we proceed in our lives in a very disrespectful manner. Disrespectful in the sense that we don't take into account, and I'm not saying we as a city council, I mean, we as humans on the planet Earth, just don't take into account what another human being really, really is. And and then we in the government business may be having a bad day. And there's, say I get an email from someone whose trash wasn't collected. And I'm thinking, what? There's been all these issues on Earth, going on right now with, I need not go into any details. We've all been watching what's going on. And this person's worried about their trash. I mean, why can't they just call, utilities or whatever, solid waste, and find out how they, and we all have moments like that. And I just use that as, I've never been bothered by a question, no, I have been by comments by some constituents, but it's very easy just to say, forget it. I'm not going to deal with this person. But I always have Mr. Mayor and Jamie Rickman, having my back on things. I mean, it's always, but anyway, the point though, is that sometimes we forget, this person is really troubled by whatever it is he or she is going through. And it may not be a big deal to me, maybe not a big deal to others. But that's what I mean by respect. I mean, really respecting where someone is coming from, just respecting that someone is who he or she is. And having that in the forefront of everything we do. And yes, it's a given. It's a given. It's a value most of us, all of us grew up with, as far as I know, with my fellow counselors and staff and EFO and everybody I had interactions with. But so I feel very strongly that respect should be up there. I don't think we should take it as a given. And all of these are givens, but I'm just saying this is something that should be in the forefront of our operating base, just our core. And as a basic value. It seems like if you don't have respect, you're not going to have anything else. You're not going to recognize diversity. You're not going to adhere to professionalism. You're not going to be necessarily transparent. You're not going to be responsive. So, I really think respect. And then, that fiscal responsibility thing. Oh my gosh, I don't know how people got to where they got. But anyway, respect, I think, is very important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councils.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I look at the top 6 there on the list, and only one of my top 5 is in there. So therefore, I feel a little cheated, maybe not though. So if you move down to the 7th one, respect, that's on my list. So therefore, I'll vote for a respect to be in the list. But then I look at the surveys from the community, the employees and leadership and department heads, and I see honesty is in 3 of those 4. And so that's why I kind of chose that one, just so you know. And then respect, yeah, that's in 3 of those 4 too. So I'm good with adding honesty or respect rather in this list. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
It's Sam Lieberman. So unless anybody, any mayor, council members are not pleased, we'll go with the 7 that we've identified here: diversity, professionalism, responsive, transparency, equity, respect, and fiscal responsibility. I've got probably some bad news for Councilor Flores. With only one of those starting with a vowel, it's going to be pretty hard to come up with a good acronym for this list. All right. I think that was a great discussion on values, and we're going to turn it over to Jacqueline to begin our discussion on priority areas.
Great, thank you. This is Jacqueline. So if you could advance the slide. So, you know, we're really kind of going from big picture now, and we're starting to narrow things down. So, you know, that's a part of the method to our madness here in the process, is that we started with, you know, giving you a lot of information about what we heard and found out about Las Cruces, your city, and you bring a whole lot of additional information about what you know about your constituents and your community. And so, you know, we're going to keep the current vision statement. We're going to keep the current mission statement. We now have some core organizational values. And now we want to focus on priority areas, which will then lead us to goals. And, you know, I know that there is an understanding, and a lot of this I say because this is an educational piece for people from the community that might be tuned in, but the strategic plan in its entirety is your policy guidance document. And so I know that this is, I'm not saying anything that the mayor and council and staff and the leadership team don't already know, but I do want to help others that may be, that have joined us from the public about why we're doing this and why it's so important. So the priority areas that we have listed here came from a number of sources, and we think they're important for the following reasons. The first column on the left are priorities that were identified in our interviews with you, those things that we heard more than a couple of times from the mayor and council and staff. So environmental sustainability, high performing government, housing affordability, human services, and public safety. That middle column, okay, are the themes that are represented in your current strategic plan. So there are 4 themes in your current strategic plan. These are the 4 in the middle column. And those are accompanied by 20 goals, okay, that you all have worked on since 2017. The last column on the right-hand side are those focus areas that are articulated in the Elevate Las Cruces strategic plan. And so, you know, we thought it was important to present, you know, this range of priorities to you, and then have you discuss among yourselves which are the most important, you know, to guide the city in, you know, achieving those things that are included in the vision and are most important to you and to the community in the next 2 to 5 years. And so, you know, that's an introduction to this section of the discussion. And so, Mayor, I will turn it back over to you to conduct that discussion and to hear from your colleagues and yourself.
Okay, so which priorities are the most important in the next 2 to 5 years to achieve the vision? So of course we have this various list here. And let me just see here. So Jacqueline, you were wanting like this, another 5 or 6 priorities as well?
Yes, hopefully we can keep this to 5, maybe 6, if there is a 6th one that is just really important to the group. Understanding that, you know, some of these might be combined together. There may be priorities that some of you have written down that are not reflected in this list. But the idea is to, you know, to move towards consensus to a shorter list of priorities. So you're correct.
Well, let me just start off with, and then it'll just be a point of discussion. And in no particular order, although I will say that probably one of our number one items is to make sure that our residents are safe in their homes, both from a law enforcement standpoint and also from a fire standpoint. So, public safety, obviously, I think always has to be in there. Environmental sustainability, I mean, that's huge. I mean, my last State of the City, I talked really about climate change. So I wasn't too sure exactly if that environmental sustainability and community environment are similar, but that would be, in my opinion, second. Economic and community development. We talked, you've heard many council members talk about wanting to lift our residents out of poverty. And the only way we can do that is a lot of it is to bring in really good paying jobs so well that the ideal would be the jobs are so well paid that minimum wage isn't even a factor. They just pay well above that. That would be great. So that would be, say, the third one. And see, that kind of lines up with community prosperity. Capital improvement and infrastructure. We talk a lot about we need to have affordable housing and how we're so woefully behind that. I believe that is would work very well when we're talking about capital infrastructure, capital improvement. And maybe rounding out the fifth one, although we have no say as far as the school boards or how that works. One of the top priorities of this council has been our community schools, and so I'm going to throw education in there as what is that? That's 5, isn't it?
Yes, that is.
Yeah. The reason, it's not that I don't support high performing government, it's just that I think we're there, and why use that space for something that we're already at. And so and then I guess that's the thing with the housing affordability. When we talk about capital infrastructure, that whole purpose for building that infrastructure is to make sure that we have affordable housing. So I don't know how you wanted to work that as well. So
In my notes, I have them combined, Mayor.
okay, good. Okay, so we're going to go to Councilor Sorg and then Councilor Bencomo.
Right. Well, we have to have a common understanding of what each one of these means. I mean, public safety is obvious. I think we all understand what that means. And affordable housing, I get confused with these 3 columns. The Elevate Las Cruces, the most of what I've read in the Elevate Las Cruces really contain the rest of these for the most part. And what do you mean by environmental stability, like sustainability? Like the mayor said, yeah, that's climate change, but there's a whole lot more there, I think, to it. And that's all contained, like you said, Mayor, in the Elevate Las Cruces, unless there's more to it than what's in Elevate Las Cruces. But I think a lot of it's right there. I think a high performing government means that the work that the government does is done efficiently, timely, and I think those are important. Those things are important. I think we can get a little better on that. Things done timely. There's projects in our CIP, for example, have been sitting there for years and just haven't been getting done. Whatever it takes to finish them is something that I think we need to work on it. But no, for the most part, those 3, community environment, community prosperity, community livability, when you look at all 3 of those and everything inside of them, that covers our priority areas quite well. So I'm good with that. I had a couple notes that I think should be parked down a level or 2 in these areas, such as infill development incentives, such as more sidewalks being built. I mean, this is way down, but so there again, that's the kind of thing I'm looking at to get to next. Okay, I'm good with just that much.
Okay,
So
great.
this is Jacqueline. Could I just, Mayor, would you mind if I respond to Councilmember Sorg's last
Oh, not at
comment?
all. Not at all.
I hope you do.
So, yeah, I understand, you know, the down the list priorities that you mentioned about sidewalks. And what was the other one that you mentioned?
Oops. Infill.
Infill housing, right. So I see those as goals or ways to, you know, to address the whole community livability piece, because that's, you know, that's one of your
Yeah.
three. So those are actually goals that and we're going to get to that next after you
Okay.
come to consensus about the priorities.
And there's just a couple examples is all. There's
Sure.
many others, of course. Thank you very much. That
Thank
helped.
you.
Okay, Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at this list through the lens of what is the city leading on and what do we support?
Mhm.
And I think, you know, obviously education is hugely important and should always be a priority. However, as the city of Las Cruces, I think we actually play more of a supportive role because there are experts in our community who are in charge of that, who are leading that. We have an incredible superintendent. We have a Department of Education at the state. And so by no means am I not saying it's not important, but for me, it's important to look at this list on what do we get to lead on as opposed to support on. And I do think we should play a huge supportive role in educational institutions like NMSU, but they are the experts, right, on that. And so I think we should support them and let them be the experts. Having said that, I definitely think we can lead on community prosperity. To me, that is very encompassing of an anti-poverty agenda. I think we should be very explicit about housing affordability and housing accessibility, which I actually think is what this should say, because we are facing a pretty serious challenge in that. I agree with public safety that that's a huge priority we should focus on. Capital improvements to me this is the thing I get the most calls about as a counselor. People continuously calling me about when is my road going to get done? When is my sidewalk going to get done? I think capital improvements and infrastructure to me includes our utilities and how we are environmentally sound when we talk about our utilities and our public works. So these are the things that we really get to lead on and be forward thinking on. And then of course, economic and community development, absolutely think, and again, we have incredible staff who are experts in this, we should get to lead on this. And then I have to add a sixth one. For me, environmental sustainability is critical as we move forward, and especially considering that we live in a desert and water management and many of those things will impact our population significantly. So those are my top six, and I really encourage, you know, my colleagues to think of it that way, right? Like, what do we get to lead on and then also support on? And that's how we should, you know, be investing in these priority areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Flores, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so our priority areas, I think they're all, you know, they've been identified in the current strategic plan. And I think that for me, my big areas of focus have been first and foremost education, and not education insofar as an abstract thing, but an education. And we do have a joint powers agreement with our school district, our local school district, Las Cruces Public Schools, and Councilor Beta Stuvey is our vice chair on that board. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara is a member, as am I. And prior to the formation, prior to becoming a city councilor, David Greenberg, who was the initial person who took care of getting this done in Las Cruces, a good friend of mine, I was really, really supporting this and doing everything I could. Once I became a city councilor, I was thrilled to have been appointed by the mayor, or however, to become to become on the a member of that board. And education is not abstract, and I've enjoyed so much working with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara because of her she cares so much about mental health and behavioral health and children. And so it isn't so much an abstract thing like, oh yes, you know, we support education. It's really getting down to the nuts and bolts, you know, getting into the weeds of, or appreciating all of that from that perspective, as to what our children really go through. And the fact that children do go home hungry. Right now with the COVID, I think the most horrible travesty has fallen on our children. Our children don't have the social interaction with other children. A lot of our teachers in Las Cruces, and we know a lot of them because, as Councilor Abeda Stubbe said, we're friends, we're neighbors, we socialize together, we know each other. It's a very loving community of teachers, and everybody works so hard, and we're very fortunate to have Dr. Trujillo as the superintendent of the school, and a dynamite school board, by the way. So, you know, education it's all encompassing, and it's also a compass, you know, where you can see where the wind is blowing, or a weather vane actually, where you can see how everything is going, because you're looking at children, you're looking at them in the classroom, and you see their little faces, and you can see that some of them maybe didn't have, you know, a meal, didn't, you know, brush out their hair, and then you wonder, you know, what are the conditions that these children live in. So I do believe that it is incumbent upon the city to really be involved on that level, and I'm so glad that we are have a JPA, and in that regard, to keep a pulse on what's going on. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem Gandara has worked very closely, you know, for years and years as a social worker, has seen this. I, as a teacher, a substitute teacher before I practiced law, saw it in the little faces in the Los Angeles Unified School District, and as a you could really see the differences, the economic differences in the different parts of the city, because Los Angeles is such a huge city, and I think it's the second largest school district. So I was all over the district, and you could really see, and this is in the context of, we are a city that is very poor. And our children are the ones who are suffering. So I feel very strongly that the city has to have a finger in that pie. And right now we have 3 city councilors, so we have 3 fingers in that pie with our community schools, because community schools are definitely the answer. I think they're really the answer to a lot of our problems, because the community schools are just doing wonderful work. And I know Lynn Middle School brings in a lot of people from the community who volunteer and give their services, like an attorney who goes and speaks to the kids about their civil rights. I mean, how many children, you know, in middle school, you know, throughout the United States or throughout the world may know what their rights are, what their basic rights are. So education to me is in the forefront of everything. And I'm speaking specifically in support of our JPA and continuing that and expanding that. And I know that the mayor, even before that, had the, you know, what is it, mayor's meals for kids and stuff like that. So, and this is all worked out with city schools, and I think FYI, I might be wrong about that. Definitely the city schools. So, and I think that we should be in the forefront in leading in this participation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. We've got Counselor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Bencomo reminded me, I have another page of notes here that I forgot to get to on this particular thing we're talking about here. And that is the values that I wanted to get back to the value that we expressed earlier on equity. I truly agree that the lifting people out of poverty is a high priority in this effort we're doing here. And I think we can all agree that education is probably the number one effort that needs to be done for getting people out of poverty. The experts all agree with that. So I'm thinking about our education part of this, and Councilor Bencomo is exactly right. It's not the primary purpose of a city government. That's for our educational systems, going all the way from early education, early childhood, I should say, education, all the way up through university, including community college, but also including on training. We have programs in the state for on-the-job training. In fact, the city has a bonus that businesses can take advantage of to train their employees. And I don't think it's being used very much at all. I've had a long time since I've heard it's being used. But there again, it's being, the more people are educated, as we all know, the better chance they have or a higher paying job. But there again, we need to support all of our educational systems. Our on-the-job training effort that we have, I forget the name of it, it just escapes me now, but we did this 10 years ago, had this bonus beyond the JTIP that the city does that pays for on-the-job training, and any business that has the quite qualifications can use it. So we're helping in that sense too. We're helping with the education. Probably the best thing we can do is that, as Councilor Bencomo was saying, is to have better economic opportunities, economic development, I should say. And so that's something we've been trying to do now for a long time. We need to continue and maybe improve that part of it. I had another page here that I don't know if this is applying here. The priority areas for me, and this might be, I might be alone on this. A high performing government is very important. That's meaning getting the work done on time and on budget. And the values that people were talking about, the natural environment as opposed to the built environment, is very important to the people in Las Cruces. So those open spaces, parks, et cetera, are part of that. And capital improvements and infrastructure, housing affordability again, and the implementation overall of the comprehensive plan to get that implemented into the city government. I think it should be one of the top 5 priorities. Okay, Mayor, I think I got all my pages of notes now.
Okay. Let's see. Next is Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to my colleagues for all the feedback. All very, very important. For me, I really believe that we should continue to prioritize our capital improvement and infrastructure. I think that's plenty important in my district, and I'm talking about streets and sidewalks and lighting. I get so many complaints, concerns, emails related to that. We really need to focus and start putting in a significant amount more of funding to improve our streets and our infrastructure moving forward. I of course feel that human services is another priority to me. I know typically municipalities really don't have not had that as a priority and really look to our county for that. And our county has really focused their time and attention on the outlying communities, and rightfully so. And it's really high time that we start to focus on to ensure that our community has 100% access to those, what I call survival and thriving services. It's things that many of my colleagues have mentioned today, but the access to quality medical, dental, behavioral health, mental health, transportation, food. And I think those are things that we should be focusing in the next year, especially coming out of COVID. There's so many people struggling, which leads me to talk a little bit about the thriving services that I think are super important is ensuring that we have funding to continue to scale out our community in the schools program. I think that's really where we hear so much from our schools, and how the city can really tap in and leverage the funding that we do have to assist them in this process. It also reminds me of the economic and community development that I think are the community prosperity, which is ensuring that we have good paying jobs. Partnerships with our university and our community college, I think, and just making sure that that's communicated effectively to our residents are related to that. And I, of course, then think that public safety is of utmost importance. We want to make sure that our community feels safe, and that they get the services that they need moving forward. And I think environmental sustainability is something that we really need to continue to focus our time and attention. Thanks, Mayor.
Mhm. Thank you. And the last one, Councilor Beta Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor. For my top 5 list, I did have economic and community development. I think Mayor Pro Tem said it very well, especially once we have to transition on to what are the next steps of our community after COVID, and how do we recover from some of those issues. I think it's important, but so that's for the short-term goal, and we're going to have to deal with that very directly and uniquely in the next 2 years. But also overall for the health of the community is finding opportunities to really raise the job level, raise the income level. And I do think those affect items such as that community prosperity and the community livability as well. And it will attract more people to want to come here, and in turn, hopefully allow us to do more things. I have capital infrastructure as my next item. And like many other counselors, it's one of the ones that I get the most responses back from the community about. And I think we do have some issues, especially when it comes to roads, where we are going to have to address how to fix areas, and perhaps looking at what type of budget we are giving to those if we want to keep up with certain types of quality. And if we don't, we're going to have to make larger adjustments in the future. Public safety is the next one that I have as well. I do have a little different, I do have communication involvement and follow-up. And while I think we've done really well with putting items such as the 311, Jamie and her staff are very, very responsive to any issues that come up. As we saw with some of the surveys, that communication is perhaps limited to certain demographics, and that we do have a harder time being able to reach out to those community members that don't have quite as much access. And so that is something that I think that we can definitely look to and see, because it could in the future, by getting these people involved, we might see adjustments on what the community priorities are. And I think it's important to be able to reach out in unique ways. And I do have education with our community schools. While we may not be the leader in, curriculum, and we work parallel to our school systems, we have a really great opportunity to help assist when it comes to our community schools. And we are going to be providing services that help with education for these students and give those families a better chance at that prosperity. And those are my list. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, Jacqueline, let me ask you something. I don't know if you've had a chance to read the Elevate Las Cruces, but can you address, because I think, and I'm not 100% sure, but I seem to recall there was some type of a short-term work plan in the Elevate Las Cruces. It was kind of like a baseline program for measuring department progress. Was that going to be like a given, or you know what I'm saying? Can you kind of address that?
Yes, sir. This is Jacqueline. I'll just tell you a little bit about my background. I'm an urban planner, so I certainly read Elevate Las Cruces from the front cover to the back cover. It's a very comprehensive, well-defined, well-developed 20-year comprehensive plan. It was one of the reasons why we were so excited to get this assignment, because a bulk of the work has already been done through Elevate Las Cruces. And so the key is helping you all prioritize all that. There are hundreds of goals in Elevate Las Cruces, as you all know. I'm saying that for the public. So there is a short-term work plan. And that short-term work plan of 46 goals was included in the survey that went out to the mayor and council to prioritize into high, medium, and low priority. And so it is directly incorporated into the next piece of work that we will do with you, because we will, it seems as though we really have some consensus around the priority areas. And that's gonna, we're gonna finish that discussion, and that's gonna lead us to a little lunch break. And during the lunch break, we're gonna take the ranking of that short-term work program from Elevate Las Cruces that you all ranked in your surveys, and we're gonna pair those up with the priorities that you're discussing right now. So yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, we are well aware of, and we laud you for the very good work of Elevate Las Cruces as a starting point.
Very good. Just checking to see if you were paying attention.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions and your attention to detail. And so what I have heard, and Sam and Ashley help me out here, it seems as though, so here's what I have as the priorities. So as a big priority, what was mentioned was community prosperity, and that includes, jobs, on-the-job training, anti-poverty, housing accessibility, and housing affordability. And there's some direct ties in there also with community and economic development, as an overarching priority. I also heard a majority of votes for environmental sustainability. And also I have a category that includes education and human services, that includes, mental and community health, lifting residents out of poverty, the whole community schools concept, and the concept around schools and the notion of thriving services. And so I had that as a combined category. And then there's also capital improvements and infrastructure. I heard that's a separate category. Of course, public safety. And then the other big category that was mentioned was environmental sustainability. And so there's been a blending and a natural combining across, the categories that we started with through your comments. Sam and Ashley, what did I miss in the conversation?
This is Sam. Jacqueline, you captured what I captured, and I like the combination of education and human services together.
So this is Jacqueline again. So Mayor and members of council, do you all like those categories? And is there a category that's missing?
I like them. I don't see anything missing, but
I did, Mayor, can I just add, I actually, as Councilor Bates-Juby was talking, I very much agreed with her point on communication improvement. I forgot what you had it listed as, but I very much agreed with what she had said. And then the only other thing I was going to say was housing, be included specifically. So thank you.
Probably housing and community prosperity, and then the whole communication piece. Where would we put that?
Number 6.
Number 6. There you go. Thank you.
It just really encompasses all of what, all of those items, everything that we do. We just really need to find a different way of communicating with those folks, to the point of the survey, who answers those surveys. We've talked a lot about that year over year. I agree, Jamie and her staff does a remarkable job to include our PIO. We just need to find different ways, and I'm confident we will.
So this is Jacqueline. One of the themes in your current strategic plan is worded communication, involvement, and follow-up. Do you keep that level of detail, or do you just shorten it to communication?
I think follow-up is important specifically.
Okay.
Well, I have to say, and you probably weren't aware of this, EFO just unveiled it at our last council meeting. The way he's got the follow-up is pretty incredible. So if council members speak based on some of the information that they've heard from their constituents, that follow-up is automatic. But I mean, it doesn't hurt to have it in there, nonetheless. They have a pretty good follow-up system, probably the best I've ever seen.
Awesome. Great. Well, this is wonderful. Look at this. We have 6 priorities. And it seems as though we have consensus around those priorities. And what we will do next, and this is going to force us to take an early lunch, if you don't mind, so that what we're going to do now is take the priorities from your voting and the short term and Elevate Las Cruces, and plug those in by priority area, so that when we come back, you can look at those, see if they are representative of what you hope to achieve in those priority areas, or add additional goals to them. And that will be that will then, be our stopping point for the day. Is
Mr.
that okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, Counselor Sorg, and then I'll get back to you real quick, Jacqueline.
Just a quick question. Remember I asked about environmental sustainability could mean a lot of different things. Can we agree that it also includes our natural environment? That we have that in it? Okay, good. I see a head nodding. Yes, thank you. I'm good with that then, Mayor. I'm
Okay. So Jacqueline, what, you want to take a lunch break? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Sam, what time do we want them to come back?
Would everybody be comfortable with a break from now 11:40 to 12:15? Is that long enough for folks for lunch? Too long?
Well, let's see how long it takes for Counselor Flotis to warm up her steak and lobster, and hopefully she can get it done before then.
And that'll get
Actually,
us going also.
No, I have tamales. I have tamales that I made. I still have some from Christmas.
Oh, there you go.
Yum.
Take it out.
So it looks like
that'll
we can
just
do it
take,
in,
I can do it in 20 minutes.
there you go. So I guess it's good then.
Yeah,
12:15,
looks good.
Great.
12:15, everybody?
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, see you then.
We'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Sam.
Jacqueline. Ashley, did you say hey, Sam?
Yes, I thought that was Teams coming through.
Oh, now I'm going to go grab a sandwich and then we'll meet on Teams in a couple minutes.
Ken? Are we the only ones here?
I think so. You know, I figured it'd be about another 5. Oh, wow, it's 12:20.
Yeah, 12:20.
I'm here.
I'm here as well.
Okay, then we got
Oh,
a
good.
quorum.
I'm here.
Oh, good.
All right, good. I guess we're ready to continue.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. This is Jacqueline. And so, yeah, just a brief recap. What we'd like to do next, now that you have come to consensus on the priorities and working backwards from that, you know, you discussed your vision, mission, and values. Sam, if you could put up the next slide, please. We'll get started on the remaining work for the afternoon, and that is, you know, aligning the Elevate Las Cruces goals and other goals, because we did receive the mayor's goals, and other members of council may have goals to add as we review the priority areas. And so what you'll see next, we're going to start going through the priority areas that we just decided upon. And what we want to do is review the goals from Elevate Las Cruces or additional goals for those areas, and just walk through those priority areas one by one until we get finished, and come to consensus about if the goals are appropriate, if there are goals missing, if there are additional goals that you would like to add. And in the case of the first area, which is ensuring community prosperity, if there are far too many goals to address in 2 to 5 years. And so I will let Sam introduce this, because he did the rankings and will explain to you how the layout of the goals that you see for each of the priority areas. Sam.
Thank you, Jacqueline. This is Sam Lieberman. So as you all know, we asked you to review the short and midterm goals from Elevate Las Cruces, and note whether you thought that they were a high priority, medium priority, or low priority to achieve in the next 2 to 5 years. And thank you all for taking the time to do that. That's very helpful, especially for this piece of the workshop. Excuse me. The numbers that you see at the end of each of these goals and goal statements in parentheses is what we'll describe as the average score that each of these received. If we're thinking of the score as high priority equaling 3, medium priority being 2, and low priority being 1. And so, for instance, this first goal that you see here, economic equity, all 7 of you rated it as a high priority. That's why it's a 3. The average of the priority of the 7 of you came out to 3. So each of these, as it goes down, and these are in descending order, are how they shook out in terms of how you ranked them in a numerical fashion for an average. So knowing that 3 is high priority and 2 is medium priority, we did not include in most of these lists that you'll see any goals that did not meet the medium priority level. So anything that was that achieved an average score of less than 2, for the most part, we have not included, though we've got them on a bike rack separately so that we can look at them if you decide as a group, maybe we really should elevate that to a higher priority. So that's how these are ranked. A note: the mayor shared the document that you saw at the beginning of the day with us. The mayor/council input items that you'll see come from that document, and we hope and expect through this discussion, if there are additional goals that were not in Elevate Las Cruces, or maybe we'll reword some things because the world is different than when we passed Elevate Las Cruces. We want to hear that from you, right? This is a discussion that for you all to tell us what the goals are for each of these priorities, whether they are in Elevate Las Cruces or align with some of the things we see from Elevate Las Cruces or not. Again, a note on this one, I know Jacqueline mentioned it, there are 19 goals that we felt sort of align with this priority area. So this is just page one. The next page has any of the goals that didn't achieve a priority or an average score of 2.3 or lower. Are there any questions about how we've arrayed this or aligned this and what we're looking at?
I've got a question with you. So getting back, and I know you touched on it very briefly. I don't know what I did with my paper. And Elevate Las Cruces. So when you look at that document, I mean, it has a lot of information. It talks about different things, and I think it included a lot of input from staff, from community development, and how it was, how they might be able to accomplish it. And I guess I'm trying to, I just want to keep focus on the fact that Elevate Las Cruces is here, and that there was also 3 different sections in Elevate Las Cruces, and I didn't want to deviate too much, from that, at least so that it wouldn't be confusing to both staff, to council, and the public. In fact, I talked about that also about 2-3 weeks ago. So are we gonna incorporate that, or are we gonna have Elevate Las Cruces with, say, 3 subsections, and then what we're talking about here with 6 or 7 of them?
So I'll start. This is Sam, and then I'll let Jacqueline finish. We purposefully included at the beginning of each of these goals the Elevate Las Cruces, how it relates to Elevate Las Cruces, and that's the 2 letters that you see with each of those goals are going to reflect back to the one of those 3 focus areas within Elevate Las Cruces. So for instance, here, we see CP, that's for community prosperity. As we continue, we'll see some that are CL, and that's going to be community livability, which is one of the focus areas of Elevate Las Cruces. And the last one, CE, which I think is community environment. Jacqueline, correct me if I got that one wrong.
This is Jacqueline. Yes, that's correct. And so, yeah, that's how we have, Mayor and Council, that's how we took the many goals that are in the short-term work program from Elevate Las Cruces and arrayed them to help you all as a group make sense of how they relate to your priorities that you just came to consensus on. And so on this first page, you see all of the goals are out of the community prosperity section of Elevate Las Cruces. And Sam, if you could just quickly go to the second page with regard to promoting community prosperity. There are also goals from community livability and from community environment. And the ordering of these, as Sam indicated, is based on your voting in that survey, because we had to have a way to start to try to focus in and prioritize you so that at the end of this, we don't have like a horrendous number of goals for your staff to try to accomplish in the next 2 to 5 years, and for you to have to allocate resources towards. And so that's the methodology that we've used to help you begin to focus. And so we can go back, Ashley, to page 1. And what we want to do is then begin looking at how the goals are arrayed based on how you voted on them. But of course, in your discussion, you might change some things, you might remove them, you might combine them, you might add, as the mayor has suggested, additional goals. So
can I interrupt you just for a second?
No
apologize.
Interruptions. Yeah, it's your.
I just emailed Dominic or Adrian the same sheet that I gave you, but broken down into those 3 categories that Elevate Las Cruces had. Do you mind if I could have them show, and then throw this out there to my colleagues? and see if we can perhaps look and focus on it this way, so that, again, I just hate to have too many different subsections, but is Dominic or Adrian available that they could put this on the screen real quick so I can just
Yes, sir.
explain?
If you could just give me 1 sec to pull that back up.
Okay. Yeah, this way here, I think this is what you're talking about, I hope, but I just want to just double check
Okay.
as soon as they get that up there, because, I'll mention environmental sustainability, and that's where we can put, again, and I'm just circling back to this, to the strategic plan, the
Right.
one that's, that kind of like, it kind of defines what we're going to try to accomplish in the next year or two.
We're working from the same document.
I was hoping so, but I just wanted to make sure. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think any minute now.
Mayor, I'm having trouble locating it on my laptop. I'm gonna sign off and sign in on to my
Yeah, we
other
can
computer.
when you get it, just let me know, and then we'll just continue on. It's not
Okay,
a problem.
okay, sounds good.
Thanks. Okay, Jacqueline.
Okay. So one of the priorities that just came out of your previous discussion was promote community prosperity, and it relates to, anti-poverty, lifting the Las Cruces population out of poverty. You also touched on, economic development, which is a whole part of community prosperity, and then housing accessibility and affordability. And so the goals that are listed here are directly from Elevate Las Cruces. The first 8 of them are, and so first 7 of them. And so we want to, understand from you if these goals actually meet this priority. The first one is, relates to economic equity and generating employment opportunities. Second one about attainable housing. The third one, serving underserved populations and supporting them with assistance. The fourth one, diversification, that is balancing business recruitment and retention and expansion. The fifth one, entrepreneurship. Sixth one, the readying the workforce, and you all specifically mentioned on-the-job training. And there are other ways to do that through a strong and educated workforce. The seventh one has to do with housing diversity and a diverse range of housing options. And then the mayor's goals about prioritizing development of attractive and energy efficient mixed income housing and infill opportunities along the El Paso corridor. And then the behavioral health district in partnership with Doña Ana and other governmental entities. And then building a local wealth component. So those first 10 are in the order that you voted on them, and then we added the mayor's additions to those.
And Jacqueline, if I may just clarify again, almost all of these were discussions from my colleagues. I don't want the public to think they were mine.
Okay.
Yeah, because Mayor Pro Tem contributed, Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Bencomo. I mean, now as far as the affordable housing, almost all of us on that one. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So there's already consensus on the ones on 8, 9, and 10. And so the next page. Okay, and still under the same priority of community prosperity, there is a special housing needs goal related to ensuring the housing needs of underserved populations are met. neighborhood identity, promoting community pride through neighborhood events and investing in shared identity. 13 also relates to neighborhoods and developing mixed use neighborhoods and wide recreational and commercial and employment and civic opportunities. The next one deals with from Elevate Las Cruces community environment goal, deals with centers and corridors and supporting community growth through concentrated development. The next one deals with accessible social spaces and community-wide network of social spaces. And then community livability goal 10, which is number 17 on the list here, deals with economic outcomes, and that relates to supporting transportation investments related to economic development. And then supporting the arts is the next one. And the last one has to do with historic and cultural values. And that's related to, the whole neighborhood and promoting community prosperity through neighborhoods and historic and cultural values. And so there were 19 high and medium priority goals, including those that there's council consensus on. There were 3 on the first page.
So Jacqueline, Adrian's telling me he's got it ready to.
Okay, let's take a
show,
look.
and
Sure.
then I'll share with you what I was hoping we might be able to do.
Okay.
Okay, so if we can then, from that list you just presented to us, if we could then break it down into those various, whether it's environmental sustainability or community prosperity, and see if we can move it, something like that. Then I think, and then once we have those sub components, then maybe we'll see which ones, maybe we take the top 3, 4, 5, whatever of each of these categories under environmental sustainability, under community prosperity, you know what I'm saying, and then we turn that into our strategic plan that we're going to try to accomplish in the next 2 years, because we can only do so much in 2 years. But I can't emphasize enough that and I don't know, maybe it's coming later, but I really would like to hear from, once we get these, I guess, is to hear, well, okay, I think this is the case. Once let's say we take the prior list, put it into these categories, I would like for staff to be able to chime in and say, I think we can do this. I don't know if we can get this done that quick, or we're going to need more money to do this type thing. Does that make sense?
It does. And actually, we really assist your staff at as they begin the implementation process to say, okay, here's what we could do fastest because we're set up to do this. Here's what we could do in, a year to 18 months. Here's what we could do in a longer time frame. And so I think we're thinking very much in the same direction, but I'm going to be quiet and let the other members of your other colleagues on council chime in.
Sure, of course. Okay, I got my pen out, ready to write down who's first. Councilor Storg.
Yes, these are fine.
Well, okay. Did you want to put that list and break them down into these categories, and then once we have those categories, then start kind of ranking those that are within each of these categories?
Sure. Yeah, that's good. I just have a question. At what point do we start in these action items? Do we start getting into some more detail on them?
Probably after we get them divided into this other categories. Adrian, can you roll it up a little bit, because you're missing the education and community services, and then the capital improvements / infrastructure.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, that helps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Okay, good. 1 down, 5 to go. Who's next? Well,
So the categories, let me just read it out. The categories that we have are education and community services, community prosperity, capital improvements / infrastructure. Can you scroll up? Can someone scroll up for me? And environmental sustainability. So we have 1, 2. Okay, are we getting these categories down, team? Community prosperity. Okay, that's number 2. Okay, scroll back down for me. Education and community services, that's number 3. And then the 4th category is capital improvements and infrastructure.
I didn't have one that fit into equity. Was that was one of them also, wasn't it? I think.
So team Sam or Ashley, is there a category missing from the prior discussion?
Yes, there is. The one that's missing is the communication, involvement, and follow-up.
I also,
Very good.
this is Sam, public safety, unless it's included in one of the other ones you mentioned.
Right, where would we include public safety in your list, Mayor?
Oh, that's a given. I mean, that's something there that.
So that would be a separate priority then?
Right. I mean, these were just the ones that I had sent to EFO, and then after listening to how we've been doing this, then we incorporated, break it down into this. If council wants to put something else in there, but I was just thinking that we take those other items that you were just discussing in the previous slide and break it into this, and then from there we'll have different mixture of different items, and then we kind of check the box and see which ones with staff input, see which ones we can get done in a couple years, in the next 2 years. Some may be real easy, some may already be in the process, some may be a stretch to get done in 2 years, but that's where I think that if I heard my Councilor Sorg and Mayor Pro Tem Gonda, when we had this something similar, that's kind of how we did it. We try to get consensus, and then we focused in what we can get done now, maybe a year from now, and then for sure 2 years. And then also it's good to have the 1 to 3, 4, and 5 years, so that in 2 years from now, then it kind of moves back.
Moves them up, right?
Right, there you go. And then we start working on it again.
So what I hear you saying, and this is Jacqueline again, is that we would resort the goals, the short-term Elevate Las Cruces goals that you've already voted on, based on the priority areas using your wording: community prosperity, education and community services, capital improvements and infrastructure, and then education and community service, as well as communication and public safety. So that would give us 7 priority areas. And so we would, instead of using the priority headings that we developed over lunchtime, we take 15 minutes, go back and resort those based on this wording. And then in the time that we would have left, then yeah, we don't need to resort, Sam. We could just retitle them. We could retitle them, and then we could go through them, because the one that has the most is the first one that we worked on. And so there are 19 goals there. And that would be our starting point. Everything else will go fairly quickly after that. And that would be, yeah. And so you would consider those and say yes or no and add to them. And I think we could do that in the time that we have left. So we would just use the wording that you've suggested.
And that's just
priority headings.
That's my suggestion, and only being is because the community, the staff, everybody put a lot of work into the Elevate Las Cruces, and I thought this was a good compromise to mix, to take a lot of those that are still there, that are very valid, that staff worked really hard on, incorporate it into what council wants, and then break it down into here, and then kind of get an idea of what can we get accomplished here in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
We're on the same page.
Perfect. Well, let me see what my colleagues, if they have anything else they want to change or deviate from. No, maybe not. Okay. Okay. Sorry for dominating everything.
You're
but I
not
just wanted to,
dominating.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just hear you're directing. That's leadership, you know?
We've been, Councilor Sorg and I and Mayor Pro Tem we've been through a few of these, and so it's worked out though really well, and it's really nice because a resident can say, hey, what do you think about this? And council member sends it to EFO checks with his department directors. It's in the strategic plan. Yeah, it's in there. Okay, then let's bring it back.
That's right.
That's a neat thing.
This is Jacqueline, and that's always the beauty of strategic planning, is that you set your priorities and then you use those priorities to guide your decisions for a certain period of time before you go back and reassess them. So I think that what we can do, though, is put the slides back up with the sorting from the Elevate Las Cruces goals. There we go. Thank you. Perfect, Ashley. So community prosperity remains community prosperity, right? Because that's the wording that we already have. We can take off promote. The issue here, though, is that does mayor and council, do you agree with these 19 goals? There are 19 of them. Are there additional goals that aren't indicated here? And we will work with your staff to, stratify these into, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 year periods. But the key is 19 too many, or is it not representative of what you want to do? So that's the question. And these are all from Elevate Las Cruces, except for 8, 9, and 10, which came from your collective discussions.
And Jacqueline, what I was hoping to do was, again, put those in those categories.
This is the first one, community prosperity.
Yeah, and then let council trim the list. Mm-hmm. And if they have any, and with input from staff, and that's what I was thinking, because there is a lot. That's a lot to accomplish in 2 years, if that's what we're going to do, or we're going to put those in year 3, 4, and 5. And I'm sorry, did I cut off Councilor Bencomo? It sounded like you were going to say something, Councilor.
I was just hoping do we have these in our packet? I was hoping you could send these to us.
You did not have them in your packet because we just sorted them based on your voting once the priorities were established. So yeah, this is work that you just did.
This is Sam Lieberman. I can see if I can quickly email them to you. That will be helpful.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And Mayor Miyagishima, how do you want EFO and staff to, provide their input on this list?
I think after council, what I envision is, if you had, let's say we have under the one category, you have.
This is one of your categories here, right here. This community prosperity is one of your 7, remember? That was on your list, right? Mm-hmm. So here are all the goals from Elevate Las Cruces, and when you get them an email, you'll see that there are 9 more in addition to the 10 that we have listed that you all voted on in your surveys as being important Okay.
How about if we ask council what they think we can get accomplished in the first year, second year, third, fourth, and fifth year? And maybe we just move it out that way. And then let staff take a look at it while council is noting them down, and they can chime in that way if they think that we might need more time than 1 year, or we may not be able to do it in 2 years. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm really sorry, but I'm very unclear as to what's happening right now. And so Mayor, I understand that you have something in mind that you want to try to get us there. I'm also curious to hear what the consultants, which, I imagine their whole job is strategic planning. So I imagine they had a whole process laid out for us. I'm curious about what they had in mind for this section for us the remainder of the time, because at this point I'm very unclear as to what's happening and I'm starting to get really overwhelmed.
Sure, I understand.
So, Councilmember Bencomo, the mayor and I, in terms of our process, are very much aligned. So, you all, right before lunch, you discussed and you came to consensus about some strategic priorities, which are pretty much, a part of the list of 7 that the mayor suggests for the future. And so using those strategic priorities, and community prosperity was one of them. You all had lots of conversation. You talked about all those things in parentheses that it encompasses. So what we did is we took the voting, we did an average score of the voting of you and your colleagues on council of those Elevate. Everything here, the ELC is the Elevate Las Cruces goal, and it's the reference number of the 46 or some goals that you all voted on. And we simply have tried to categorize them according to the category. So community prosperity is one category. And so what we're trying to help you to do is to determine, do these goals represent what you would like to see happen?
So as council, we've already voted on these, right?
Right. You each individually took a Survey Monkey survey, and Sam combined those to come up with the number at the end of the statement in parentheses is the ranking. So the aggregate ranking of all council members, and that's how we ordered them under this category of community prosperity.
Okay, so I guess I'm just now feeling like it took a significant amount of time to come up with 8 values or 6 values. And so if we get into a conversation with one category that has 19 options, like, is there an easier way for us to get to where we want to go? Because I feel like we could spend one day alone on community prosperity and trying to figure out which are the top goals for the council, when you've sort of already identified that, right? I imagine that economic equity has a 3.0 because every single member of the council listed this in the top 8, right?
Yes.
So I guess, yeah. So
it would definitely stay on the list, because you all said that it's a high priority.
Okay, I'm just gonna go on mute. I'm gonna trust the process and hope that it.
Sam, if you think you can clarify it.
Yeah, so this is Sam, and I'll try my best. So, Councilor Bencomo, you're absolutely right. You all collectively through that voting have identified what's high priority and medium priority, and that's what you see here. And our vision for this part of the process was that you guys would confirm that you all agree that these are right, or we look at the list together collectively and we say, there's something missing, right? And that's sort of what we did with, and what you all have done with what the mayor has provided, right? Those are additional goals above and beyond what's been identified in Elevate Las Cruces. But as he has done, he had aligned them with the theme of community prosperity, right? From Elevate Las Cruces, which is why we see it here. And so, you know, our thought was for you guys to look at this and say, yes, we agree, these are what should be higher medium priority and that we'd like to accomplish in the next 2 years. Or, you know what, I know it got ranked relatively highly, but as a group, we feel that, you know, ready workforce, the goal of ready workforce isn't as important to us as these other ones. And so we could do, you know, maybe we remove some, or we put them on the bike rack for later down the road, or we decide that it shouldn't be done in the first 2 years, but maybe the following 3 or something like that. And so the work that you guys did ranking these through the survey was to hopefully jumpstart this conversation.
Okay, we've got Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and Councillor Flores who are waiting to say a couple words or say something. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councillor Flores.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue, and I too am gonna trust the process that we're gonna be at a different place. I do recognize that there are some similar goals, and I sort of lump them, and I'm thinking like 1, 3, 4, and 10 could be similar. Not that I want them to be combined, but it probably would be helpful. And then, so I labeled it as economic equity. The next is housing category. 2, 7, and 8 seem to have similar themes. And then the other is workforce, 5, 6, and 10. And then lastly, the behavioral health district. Something that, you know, we've been working a lot on is increasing our capacity around mental health and reducing stigma, not only internally, but externally. Our public safety, our staff, they're all addressing these issues with limited experience and expertise. So I'm wondering if that might work, if we sort of lump some of these in categories because they're similar. Maybe that will help.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't see why we couldn't, but just to re-clarify, the anti-poverty, economic development, and housing affordability and accessibility all fell under community prosperity. So that's all. So I don't see, I guess what I'm trying to say is, let me just use an example, if I may, Councilor Flores, I'll come to you just a second. So let's just take this one here, number 9, establish a behavioral health district made up of governmental entities in Doña Ana County. That one could be within 1 year, because you're probably halfway done already on that. So that's all, is that we take these and you know, but if we were to take let's see, take the other one, develop the El Paseo, where's that one? Oh, the next one right above it, and say to do that in 1 year. Well, the staff's probably going to say, wait a minute, I don't think we can get that done in 1 year. That's going to take that's maybe a 2 or 3 year. You know, that's I guess what we're trying to get at, or at least that's what I'm thinking, because all these are good. It's just a matter of what are we going to, and then the ones that are in the 1 and 2 year is going to be on our strategic plan to let's get this thing done here in 2 years. And then that's what we give to the public and say, hey, this is what council says we can get done in 2 years. And, you know, maybe it's just 2 items per section, or maybe it's 4. I don't know. That's where I wanted to have input from from staff to see if we can get it done that quick. Does that help clarify things, Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, I wasn't unclear. I'm just saying there's similarities in these goals, and I think that we should look at those. They're not that far apart, and maybe it makes sense to, rather than do like 10, that we could, okay, how many have to do with housing? Then rate, how many have to do with economic equity or workforce development. Some of them are separate and apart, and some of them are the same in my mind. So,
Okay, well, let me just throw this at you. If we did it for 5 years, then that's 2 a year. There's 10 of them. So if we lump them together, it may one of them may just have one big one. So
there are actually 19, Mayor. There's a page 2.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, let me go to Councilor Flores and then we'll circle back to wrap up those comments. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor Mikishima and Miyagishima, and thank you, Ms. McCray. I think that what Mayor Pro Tem is proposing may not even, and I think we all see that, okay, well, we have housing diversity as goal 7. We have a diverse, attainable housing, and then there was something else. And yes, they're combined insofar as they deal with the same issue of housing and then the specifics. But these 3 areas, for example, I don't see attainable housing happening in 2 years. I don't see housing diversity happening in 2 years. So it may be 3 years, and then when so I don't think it's a question of doing that. I think that what we have to look at is what is attainable within 2 years, and some of it, like for example, underserved populations, that seems to meld right into diversification, and that melds right into entrepreneurship, and that's all part of, and then the ready workforce. So there are a lot of areas that are similar, but I don't think they're achievable. And I too, Mayor, believe that the established behavioral health district, that was, I think that the whole idea came up about a little over a year ago when we met with Mary White and Paul Doolin. And that, as you said, something that Mayor Pro Tem has been working on. So that could be done within 2 years. But the district could be set up, but say there was something else here about, us having a particular program, that would take more time. So, developing a strong and educated workforce could possibly be done within 2 years, working closely with, with other entities in the city or in the state. But a lot of these they overlap in subject matter, but they don't overlap in attainability or feasibility of implementation in any way, shape, or form. So, and I do believe that we need staff input on these. Staff has to tell us how long would it take, like Natalie Green, for example. Natalie, Ms. Green, we would like to provide affordable, clean, and safe housing options for all residents, regardless of income. I mean, that would, take about a 1-hour presentation on her part. And then as far as housing diversity, provide a diverse range of housing options to accommodate residents at all stages of life. I mean, and because, you're looking at grants, you're looking at funding, you're looking at all processes that do take a long time. And then number 5, entrepreneurship, that one, create a nurturing regulatory environment that generates entrepreneurship in small businesses. That's a tough one. I mean, we need a regulatory environment. Does that come from the state? Does that come from the national, federal level? Or are we going to do that? I don't think so. I mean, as a city, we can have an ordinance of some kind, but I don't think it's going to cut it. So those are the things we have to look at. And are we ready to have presentations by our staff at this moment, at this time? I don't know. That's my input. Thank you.
So, hi, this Mayor.
Yes.
This is Jacqueline. I would like to propose a couple of options here, because there is a lot of complexity in this. And we started out with the area that had the most goals, okay, 19. And all the rest of them that you discussed and that you voted on have far fewer goals. But there are a couple of ways that you can approach this. You can, review these focus areas and say, okay, these goals are representative of what we want to achieve, and then we will pull this together, and staff then will look at it as well and say, okay, here's what we can accomplish, and the timeframes that you set for us, 1 year, 2 years, all the way out to 5 years for each of the priority areas. And that way, staff will have an opportunity to get together and have a discussion and then bring it back to you, rather than trying to do it right now in the time that we have left. That's my suggestion. I'm not sure how you all feel about that.
I'm gonna throw something out here. Let me just see if he's on the call. Yes, he is. So if I may, to my colleagues, and Ifo, I'm gonna ask if Larry or David or any of his staff can recall during the Elevate Las Cruces. I know staff put a lot of work into it, and they, I think, had some that they thought that they could get done pretty quick. I wonder if it would be helpful if they could spot some of those that they know that they can get done or what they're already working on. Larry?
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council, Community Development. I'm not sure you're hearing. Yes, you're hearing me, I think, are you?
Yep. Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Yes, we are.
Very good, thank you. Absolutely right, Mayor. We spent about 2.5 years with our consultant developing the Elevate Las Cruces plan. But what came out of that, I would address a couple of those topics you've been discussing here this afternoon after lunch break. For example, you ask, were there some things that have been worked on or are in process right now, or could be worked on within the next year or 2 years? I'll give you a listing. You mentioned Natalie Green that works with Dave Ware in the the community development and the program community improvement. There's a lot of CDBG grant and home funding that enables us to work with rehabilitation for the underserved population on some of the rehab projects they do. Some of the current projects that we're working on, we've been experiencing an increase in housing stock, primarily because of the interest rate, but also demand. So we're building more houses than we've ever built, and they have a variety of affordability in terms of cost. We're working with the Apodaca blueprint to develop that. That'll be a mixed-use housing type of development. The Sierra blueprint, which will also be a mixed-use housing type of project, and will have affordability in nature. Of course, we have the East Loma that's currently under master planning that will address those things. Those are all things that are in process right now. We're also looking at been having recent meetings with the El Paseo corridor to find out ways of helping economic improvement and development. That's going on right now. And then we're in our zoning code update. This will take 2 years, but that zoning code update will make a big difference in how people are able to get their projects built that perhaps they could not have built before because the zoning is more applicable and amiable for it. And then lastly, on a 5-year program, our consolidated plan that we're engaged in right now. So those are a number of projects that community development is working on those topics that you just mentioned, ranging from current to 1 year to 2 year to 5 year. And I'd have Dave Ware or Natalie throw in if they have some other items to mention.
Yeah, Dave has his hand up, and I thought Shoshana as well. But Dave, and you know what, Larry, thank you for doing that. It just, and I don't know if Councilor Sorg will agree or Mayor Pro Tem, but it just dawned on me. I think that's how we did it. We had this list. We let staff give their input, saying, "Hey, this is what we're working on. We can probably get this done really quick." And then from there, we started going into the different years timelines when we can get it done. So thank you for that, David. David Ware. Thank you for that, Larry. David Ware.
I just want to go back to the way that Elevate Las Cruces is organized. When you adopted that, you did a prioritization project for all the actions in that plan, and you created a short-term work program and also a long-term work program. So to a certain extent, you've already done some prioritization. And then the other major activity that took place was that there was an activity to create a baseline of data of how implementation of the plan was taking place. And that report was completed and endorsed by the Planning and Zoning Commission and is available for council to be aware. But back to the work programs, the short-term work program is basically a 1 to 3 year program of activities that should be started by the city to implement. And then the long range or the additional actions are ones that you take over time. And similar to what you've discussed earlier, the Elevate Las Cruces is to be evaluated on a yearly basis, and you can adjust those work programs. And so from the Elevate Las Cruces implementation, I think it's important that your strategic plans and where you want to go forward, they're going forward congruently, and that they support one another and back those up. Now, if you could allow Shoshana to also weigh in on this as the project lead for the adoption of Elevate Las Cruces, I think she has some valuable insights into those implementation steps.
Oh, absolutely. Please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is Srijana Busnet, Senior Planner with Community Development. I think David pretty much covered what I was about to say, but I think you all are aware of that short-term prioritized work program list of 53 action items. I believe the consultants today have that, and they do intend to go through that with you all. But anything that you want to add and prioritize over those items could very well fit within a shortened strategic time frame of the 2 to 5 year midterm planning. So at the end of the day, it all boils down to implementation and how we're going to carry out, fund, resource any items that you might want to accomplish in this short time frame. And I think what today we need to really focus on is highlighting those items that are dear to your hearts as a city council, and just make sure that we are prioritizing the correct things, because all of the city's resources are going to get dedicated to achieving those. But if you have any questions as to how they're tying it to elevate goals or elevate policies or elevate actions, I'm here to answer those for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, so getting back to what we were initially talking about, I don't know. I really think that if there was a way that staff can let us know, and Larry did a great job. I don't know if Jacqueline wrote down which one of the ones he was talking about could be done relatively quick. That really helps us out a lot, instead of us thinking one and then it turns out that it won't be done that quick, and then another that we may not have been aware of and it can be done quick. So, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. As Shrijana was talking, I was sort of jotting down some notes, just some reflections about this conversation, because I feel like while I agree that a lot of these things will not be achieved in 2 years, maybe not even 5, some of them might not even have an end date. Like diversification is a process, like entrepreneurship, there's no beginning or an end, right? Like these are journeys. I guess I'm hoping out of this, we can get to a place that we've laid out for ourselves a very aspirational plan, which we should be aspirational. We have an incredible opportunity. Leanne presented a pretty good forecast of where we sit, so we should be aspirational in our thinking and our planning. Now I'm thinking in the next year and 2 years, what do we need to start investing in, funding, implementing, that are going to get us a little bit closer to all of those things.
Perfect. No, I agree. Totally agree on that. That's good. That's what we're trying to figure out here, what we can get done and what we need and what additional fundings we need to do to get that done. Jacqueline, after listening to all that, you think you can help us guide us in that, what you just heard from council and staff?
So what I'm hearing you say, and I know that Larry and Shrijana and David, I've spoken to them extensively, and they know that we use the short-term action plan and Elevate Las Cruces as a part of your voting, and that's how we came up with these goals. So what I think to get to what you want to do is that we've looked at community prosperity. I don't hear of anything coming off of that. What we need to do is have your staff now, and whether or not that's Larry and David and Shrijana or anyone else that may have a role in the implementation of these items, look at them and then put a time frame to them and bring them back to you, and do that with the other categories as well that you've identified. That's my suggestion.
I think that's a good one. I don't know. Let me let the rest of the council chime in on this, and then because then that way there we can, maybe like what Councilor Bencomo was saying, maybe there's some that we can, maybe if we put some more funding to, we can get it done quicker, and it may be something that the council wants. I don't know, but without having that input from staff and financial resources, it's going to be a little bit more challenging. But I think what you just recommended would be, I think, helpful, very helpful, extremely helpful.
It's very challenging, and that's why we took those 53 goals and tried to find a way to have you all further prioritize them. So there are 53 goals in the short-term portion of Elevate Las Cruces, 53. Okay, so whether you, even if you prioritize that out 5 years, that's a heck of a lot of work on top of the work that your staff already has programmed based on your current strategic plan. And so, our thinking was, okay, we need to take these 53, which have 196 action items associated with them in the first 3 years. So our thinking was, we need to help council reduce and focus. And that's our intention this afternoon. And then we'll flip it over to staff, and they will actually give you a dose of reality about it. What can actually be achieved in that 2-year time frame, or if it will take longer.
I like that. Ifo?
Ifo has something to say.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add my support for that direction and speaking on behalf of staff. I think what we were expecting is, that the next phase would be discussing timelines. And our timelines really are going to be, that there's reality of what we can do, but also there may be two projects that can be done on the same timeline, and they may be conflicting. And so part of this process is to, again, what was said by Jacqueline, make sure we figure out exactly what your priority is, whittle it down, or even, not even have to cut out much, but actually just prioritize so that we can come back with timelines afterwards. And then the other thing about speaking about timelines at this point, there's some of these projects that will require several departments to be working together to accomplish them. And so without the opportunity to sit down and discuss with departments, with several departments, and actually come up with timelines, it's going to be hard to present one right now. So my hope is that we go through that process as was suggested, and then we come back to council after you've identified those things. We can come back with the timelines of what we feel is realistic from staff perspective.
Thanks, Ifo.
Great.
What is council good? That? Okay, looks like, might just see Councilor Bencomo shaking her head yes. And Councilor Sorg smiling, so I don't see the others.
I'm saying yes.
Oh, okay, I can't see you.
Yes, as well, Mayor.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Okay,
Yes, Mayor.
okay, Jacqueline.
Great, thank you. So I think that we should just start with this list of 19 that we have under community prosperity. And then you'll get input from staff about how long it will take them to accomplish these 19 goals. And I think we can move to the next category, either Ashley or Sam. And so that was, we called it Education and Human Services. And Mayor, I think you wanted to retitle that to Education and Community Services. And there's probably consensus among your colleagues.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think my colleagues are the ones who wanted that, and I think that's great. I think it makes sense to do it that way.
Okay, all right.
You're giving me too much credit here. The council is an extremely intelligent, highly motivated group of caring individuals that are always working, always thinking, always seeing how they can make Las Cruces a better place to live. I just say who talks. That's all. First.
Okay. You do a lot more than that, but that's good. But there were only, in terms of the priority rankings, there were 4 goals out of Elevate Las Cruces. They came from the community prosperity, and community livability sections of the short-term plan. And these are the 4 goals. There may be others that you want to include here. But you have community health, a mental and physical health, a community schools goal, utilizing the schools, and then food security goal under this priority. Was that a hand from Councilmember Sorg?
I'm sorry, Jacqueline. What was it that you wanted us to do on this particular one?
Indicate if this is representative. The goals here are representative of your discussion and what you would like to see happen around education and community services. Or are there other items? Did any of you write any additional items that relate to this, and perhaps reviewing your workbook in advance? Or Mayor, did you have any other discussions with your colleagues? Are there additional goals that would go under this priority ranking area?
For the record, I've had no discussions with my colleagues on this. This is the first time that they've seen probably this piece of paper, and I sent it to Ifo. Oh, if he discussed it, I don't know.
Okay. All right.
There's a reason why I said it.
Yes. Yes, we don't talk amongst each other unless it's in a meeting like this.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, that's right.
That's okay. Common mistake.
Disclosure, right.
Yeah.
You're doing the public's business. That's correct.
I have something that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yes, sure, of course.
It kind of involves both this education part and also economic development. And that is the support we give to businesses that have to take partially trained or untrained employees and train them. And we pay their salaries partially, just partially, for an education period of time. I don't know if you can say that, right? But anyway, for a period of time where they're educated to become skilled in the job they have to do. So I don't know if that you want to add it to this section or if it should go in the other one, but I think promoting job training is the best way to put it. With I forget the darn name of the program, job that supports JTIP, the state program, in addition to the JTIP, I should say. So, like I say, should it go here or should it go into economic development? I don't know.
There is a workforce readiness goal in the under prosperity.
Can you flip back? Yes, it is.
Well,
there it is.
That's a good place to put it. Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Any other comments or additions to education and community services?
We have Dr. Martinez and looks like Councilor Flores. So Dr. Martinez, you have something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Griselda Martinez for the record. Councilor, oh my God, Councilor Sorg, I believe the program you're referring to is Wage Plus, correct?
That's right.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to get confirmation on that.
Thank you very much. My memory is not so great. Hello.
What are we waiting for?
Just want to make sure there was no additional comments. And if not,
Councilor Flores has a comment here.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Jacqueline, for seeing my little blue hand up there. I'm looking at all of this, and yes, I took the survey and everything, but the one thing I see that's missing, and maybe I keep thinking, well, maybe it'll come up, maybe it'll come up. A lot of this is prosperity, and I know we have about an hour and a half left, and or less, I don't know, more or less, but scheduled definitely. And so everything is coming up under community prosperity insofar as what we're dealing with today. But we have the arts and culture and historic preservation, and none of that has come up. And I don't even think it was an option in the survey that we took, the counselors took. And I was just wondering if there's anything in what you're going to present to us, Jacqueline and Sam. I mean, it seems like there's something really missing here, and I don't know if it was just, falling asleep at the wheel on my part. But I just, we really, because there's certain things, and so far as the arts go, we have a community art board, we have the the Arts Council. So just wondering, maybe I'm off.
Councilor Flores, this is Sam Lieberman, Mayor, if I may. So we've looked at two of the priority areas so far that we've come to a consensus on, those being community prosperity and education. We've got 4 others where we have put those 46 Elevate Las Cruces goals that have been mentioned and sorted them. So we haven't seen all of the goals that you ranked yet. We're getting there as we continue through each of the different priority areas. And then for most of the priority areas that we'll discuss, we have only included those goals that were ranked as a medium or high, that ended up as an average rank of medium or high priority from the council. I do have, and we will look at later in the conversation, what we're calling a bike rack, which is where I've put all of those goals that either did not reach a medium or high priority average from you all in your ranking, or did not fit into any of the priority areas that we identified. I will say that we were able to slot all of the medium and high priority goals into one of the priority areas that have been identified. I will give you a little bit of a preview, Councilor Flores. The supporting the arts goal, and there's a historic and cultural values goal that everybody ranked when we did that ranking. Those did not achieve that medium priority. So the consensus among you and your colleagues was that those were not medium or high priorities to get done over the next couple of years within this strategic plan. However, that's not to say that you can't have a conversation and decide that we do think it's important and we do want to add it. So we will eventually see all of those goals that you guys ranked as we continue our way through this process and we talk about each of the different priority areas. And then we'll circle back to talk about any of the goals and look at any of the goals that did not achieve a medium or high priority or did not fit into one of the categories, and collectively make a decision if you all agree that it should be included in this current strategic plan. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does to an extent. I'm just wondering, thank you, Sam. Yes, are we going to cover that today? I mean, it just seems like it's because we're to be here till 3. I mean, I can be here till midnight if we have to, but I'm just wondering.
Well, that's the idea. We were, if Ashley could jump to the education slide, we're on that second priority area. There were only 4 here, and Jacqueline is leading us through a discussion of whether or not you guys think there should be any additional goals in this priority area. I think, Councilor Stubbe has her hand raised and might have additions. And then that's what we'll do as we continue through the rest of the priority areas is, to Councilor Bencomo's point, you have already prioritized these through that survey. So we'll skip that piece, that prioritization piece, and we'll just look and we'll say, hey, looking at these goals that we've sort of slotted into these priority areas, what's missing? Are there any other goals that you all would like to achieve over the next 2 to 5 years? And so that's a preview of what we'll be doing. It's now not prioritization because we've agreed that we'll have your staff after we're done today come back through, talk about resources needed, timing, etc. And so today is there anything that wasn't in Elevate Las Cruces that was completed a year ago or a little less than that maybe we do want to include in the strategic plan? And so that's where the discussion is. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, so we will address the arts. I mean, that's pretty much the upshot.
Yeah, and Ashley, can you go back to community prosperity? I'm sorry. So we did include, supporting the arts and historic and cultural values here. They were just barely ranked as medium priorities, but they're here. So
yes, there they are.
Yeah, so staff will have an opportunity to give you guys feedback on resources and timing for those goals.
Okay, anything else on education and community services?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Councilor Betastuvi?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just going to comment and ask a clarifying question on this. Right before lunch, when we were looking at the different topics, and we had communications on. I'm not quite sure if we have like a direct subsector goal in Elevate about something like that here that can be utilized. But for me, in some parts of it, and I just bring it up because it says community services. So if we're doing communications, if there is another more detailed goal that we need to think of, like perhaps like expanding access to, at-risk communities by one different platform or something like that. Just if we need to add an extra topic, or if it's something that we might, if we're going to see it later, then that's fine too. But I was just going to bring it up since we were at community.
This is Jacqueline. I don't recall that we have such a goal represented around communication. And if we don't, we should probably add it. Sam, you're nodding your head.
This is Sam. Yes, we do. We kept the communication involvement and follow-up.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Why don't we go to that one next then? Okay, here it is. Communication involvement and follow-up. There was quite a bit of discussion around that. There are 2 Elevate Las Cruces goals related to them, and I'm going to turn it over to Sam because he's supposed to do this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, so as you see on this priority area, we took those goals from Elevate Las Cruces. These were the 2 from Elevate Las Cruces that directly related to the communication involvement and follow-up, which is why you see that coordinated service delivery wasn't ranked as a medium priority, but was included here. And I know that this was an area that was mentioned as an opportunity by both staff and the community. And I'll reiterate for those that don't have it, some of the themes that came out of the focus groups, one with employees and 3 with the community, although again, the community member focus groups were a little limited. The employee one was great. And these are just sort of the broad themes that were developed from that in communication involvement and follow-up. And then I'll allow you to let us know what goals we might want to add here. So in the focus groups, we learned that sometimes the communication channels with residents don't get them the information that they need in a timely manner. And the example that was provided to us was when there are major impacts due to road work or things like that. They also expressed the need to, and this is related, expand those communication options. We know that maybe they suggested greater use of social media, using newsletters, things like that. They suggested finding ways to, and I think this might speak to some of you all, expanding outreach to underrepresented groups. And then, really a way to support neighborhood organizing and communicate with community groups was also identified as a way that through the focus groups that you could improve communication involvement and follow-up. So having said that, I'd like to open up the floor to any other suggested goals or things that you all would like to achieve within the communication involvement and follow-up priority area.
Well, certainly the one that Councilmember Bencomo already suggested should go on the list, expanding outreach to underrepresented groups in Las Cruces.
And that was Jacqueline talking.
Thank you. I apologize.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Councillor Abate-Testuvi.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. With the two items here, obviously they look a little pretty focused. One is with the historic preservation efforts. Would that, is that already done through the like the art board? And I believe there's a different board that is connected to this too. Am I correct? I'm not sure if somebody from staff can help me on that one.
Yes, Counselor, there's a separate board, the Historic Preservation. I don't know, it's a board or committee? Yes.
Sorry, who's speaking? Is that you, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then with the second goal, is that for clarification, is this one just in an effort to reach utility customers? So it would just be within our utilities department?
This is, I'm sorry, Counselor.
Right ahead.
This is Sam Lieberman. I believe that, and someone from staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that this is, really a way for improve, as you're doing capital improvements and infrastructure work, coordinating closely with those utility providers as you do that work again.
Okay.
I think staff could correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right. Okay, great. So then definitely I would like us to try to expand that outreach to underrepresented groups. I'm wondering if there's a type of technology or type of communication that we want to focus on, or do we want to keep it broad in an effort to look more into the different types of communication that these groups need for their accessibility?
Did you text me? So we can add, not only, this is simply, not only expanding outreach, but, identifying.
Sorry, Sam, can't hear you.
I'm sorry, is this better? Yeah, all right, we can maybe add to that, identify the appropriate methods to make sure that we are reaching underrepresented groups or underrepresented populations. And that can either be a separate goal, or we can combine it with expanding outreach to get at that idea of, and it's probably aligned with expanding outreach, because to do that, you will need to identify those ways that it is that it's best to communicate with underrepresented groups.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Sam Lieberman again. Any other additions to goals for this particular priority area?
Looks like Shirzana has something to say.
Yes, Mayor, thank you, Srijana Basnet. I just had to point out that there is an existing goal that speaks to communication and outreach to underserved community members. And that would be CP 11.2.2. I don't know if this captures Councillor Abitastubi's sentiment, but it says continue increased outreach efforts to non-English speaking residents, youth, senior citizens, and the impoverished. And that was part of community prosperity.
This is Sam. Thank you, Srijana. I believe, and I think this is appropriate what we're doing here. That the CP11 big goal itself, which is developing and supporting programs that provide assistance to traditionally underserved populations, is captured in the community prosperity priority area that we looked at already. But to pull this particular piece and make it a focus, I think is appropriate and the idea of what we're here to do today. And so I think this is great.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Sam Lieberman again. I don't believe I see any additional hand raises from council. So if it is okay with council, and if you have no additions for goals for this particular priority area, we could move to the next.
Yes, please.
I just have one other, I'm sorry, I didn't know, Mayor, you had last week, or was it this week, Mr. Pili sort of unveiled the follow-up and system. Which would include a dashboard, I think. I think that would very appropriately go here as well.
If you want, then that way there, he already gets it done. This way here, we get one more thing that he can work on. No, it's up to you. It doesn't matter. We're good either way.
This is Sam Weaver. We could always call it complete the implementation of the follow-up tool or dashboard or what have you.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to go to the other.
Yeah, this is Sam again. We'll get the language down and we'll move to the next priority here. That's capital improvement and infrastructure. Again, I'll reiterate, we're seeing a couple of goals here that did not achieve that 2 or medium ranking because these were the only 5 that we found to fit into this category. So the question to you all, what's missing? What should we add in terms of goals to achieve over the next couple of years?
Okay, we have Councilor Bencomo has her hand up.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, this one is one I think about kind of often, and that I bug David CEO about kind of often. I feel like, and I've said this before, I said this in my budget meeting with staff. I love the way Public Works talks about road maintenance and that it's like a car, right? And when you buy a new car, you want to maintain it and you want to give it an oil change and you want to, do those little tweaks to it so that it can stay as, new and working as possible. Yet there are 81 miles of roadway in Las Cruces that those cars are totaled. Like there is no fixing those cars, right? There is only buying new cars if we're keeping on with that metaphor. So for me, I think it's important that we see a really well laid out plan for how we are saving to buy a new car, if that makes sense, right? How are we increasing the budget for Public Works to do that road maintenance on those 81 miles of roadway that we know is going to take a long time, right? 1 mile costs $1 million. And so if there's 81 miles, that's a significant investment. How are we working towards it? Because I think it's ultimately a matter of equity and a matter of, it's definitely an issue of equity when you really nail down where those 81 miles are. And it tends to be in underrepresented neighborhoods and more low-income working class neighborhoods. And so for me, that's something that's just really, really critical. And as we're talking about even our budget meeting on Monday, to me, this is one of the biggest areas where we need to commit a set of resources and a plan to improve those 81 miles.
This is Sam. So I heard developing a plan to increase the pavement condition index, which is what you're saying in terms of the ratings of those roads. Develop a plan to improve the condition index or identify resources to put that plan into action. Awesome. Thank you.
And if you can say specifically for the 81 miles of roadway that have been identified already. Thank you, Sam.
We have Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Bencomo also, again, has brought to me my memory, and she's very right, very true. If I can bring a little history into here, back when we were considering increasing the GRT tax to offset the loss of home harvest GRT tax that we've been losing now for 10 plus years. One of the things we wanted to have is that the extra money we were getting in the first very few years was going to go, in a significant percentage of that was going to go into our street maintenance. And it seems to me we've gotten away from that a little bit. But when we talk about the budget, we can go back to this whole GRT that we passed back then and use some more of that money for street maintenance. The only reason we had enough money to do a lot more maintenance to start with, but the problem at the time was that the suppliers of asphalt and other raw materials for a street, to rebuild a street, were limited. And had we asked for all these streets to be built at once, never mind the traffic congestion we were talking about, but the suppliers could not supply enough of those materials to do the work unless then it might cause a price increase too. So it was at that time decided we would spread this street maintenance out over more years. And I think we've gotten away from that. And I think Councilor Bencomo was very right. We should get back to doing more of that street maintenance if we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And let me just ask Sam, or yeah, probably Sam, I guess so the one that I had sent earlier with the red about developing and implementing a strategy to identify additional resources from federal, state, and nonprofit entities. Did you think it should go here where it says to improve our capital improvement and infrastructure?
Mayor, yes, it sounds like it should. I think we got, and I don't know if you updated, we had a document that I think only had 4 that you had sent, and so and that was a few days ago. So if you had updated that and
oh yes, I did. Yeah, the one that I'm sorry, that was the latest one.
This is
That's okay.
This is Sam.
This is
That's no
Jeff.
problem, and we'll get it from EFO and we'll get it included. But yes, this would be where that will go.
Okay, I thought I saw it up on the screen. No, isn't that the one that I emailed?
This is Sam. You did, but I didn't. We don't have it.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
This is Sam again. Any other? Don't see any hands, but I'll ask again. Any other additional goals to achieve in the priority area of capital improvement and infrastructure? I see it, but I'm not going to take the thunder of the mayor.
I think Councilor Sorg just forgot to put his hand down, or do you have another?
No,
question?
I just wanted to add a comment. As I've traveled around the country and visited cities, I kind of noticed what their street pavements are like. And in some cases, I noticed our streets are pretty darn good. But at the same time, if we want to be the #1 city in the country, we're going to have to do better. I just wanted to comment that way.
Thank you.
This is Sam again. Seeing no more hands raised, I'm going to pass it back to Jacqueline for the next priority area, unless a council member. See it? Okay.
Great. This is Jacqueline. What's next?
Oh, just real quick, I think we skipped over the environmental sustainability one.
Yes. Okay, here we are. Environmental sustainability. There were 7 goals from Elevate Las Cruces that were high or medium priority. And then there was mayor council input of an additional goal. So there are 8 there. And they address balanced growth, environmental justice, sustainable infrastructure. And that could that could go under infrastructure. Energy efficiency, number 4, open space lands, the whole sustainability piece, reliable water supply, stewardship, and then the addition, provide direct support for sustainability office for all departments to help meet goals in the climate action plan and other adopted resiliency measures. So once again, open it back up to the mayor and council for additions or comments on these goals.
Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. When it comes to open space lands, I will have some more information there that I would like to see concerning that. I don't know how much detail you want to get into this now, but I have some ideas in there that's more detailed. So if that is the next step to get a little more defining what we want to do with open space lands, I will have something to add there.
So, Councilmember Sword, what are your thoughts and comments, just at a summary level about that, so we understand?
Okay, I wrote it down somewhere here.
Okay.
Let's see, is it this page? Yeah. And, one of the survey items, or whatever you want to call it, was high on the list of both the community and staff and so forth, was the words natural beauty. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder what people are thinking when they're talking about natural beauty. I think people will look at a building that has interesting architecture to it as a natural beauty. I think I have actually heard from one person says that a bare ground has some natural beauty, but in my mind, I'm thinking of and of course our mountains here, the Oregon Mountains, and so all the other mountains around. There's certainly natural beauty there, but I'm thinking more about the vegetation we have or don't have in the city here and surrounding areas. That is more trees, some flowers, grass growing, both natural and cultural, horticultural. And so that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of here, is that I would like to see as part of this open space lands.
So this is Jacqueline. So if I understand you, you want to define natural beauty to really relate to, the natural landscape and the beauty, be it, wild areas, tree canopy, or landscaped areas. Is that correct? Or the mountains, for that matter, the mountain range.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to go to the mountains and change them, but we can plant more trees. We can do some more landscaping. We can let natural native vegetation grow, mm-hmm. or promote its growing too.
Mm-hmm. This is Jacqueline. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. Entirely welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
No. Okay. All right. So, Ashley, how many more areas do we have to go through here?
So we already touched upon communication and the capital improvement. So the final one is public safety.
Public safety is what I thought. So yeah, I'm gathering we should forge ahead at this point. And so under public safety, there were two Elevate Las Cruces goals that were a priority. One related to police and criminal justice and providing a humane and responsible police and criminal justice system, and the other one related to emergency services and ensuring a safe and secure community through high quality fire and emergency medical services. So the floor is yours, councilors. What's missing? Is there anything missing there that's a priority for you?
Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you. I think these are great. I'm just curious about naming any specific thing here, right? Because humane and responsible police and criminal justice system is very broad. We could definitely get a lot more specific. You know, I also think public safety also has to do with infrastructure and lighting and community centers and parks and those like quality of life pieces in neighborhoods, particularly in underserved neighborhoods. I mean, we've heard from Paul Ford, right, that they have, I forget what they call it, but it's that triangle of service, right, that they are often called to. And how are we investing resources in high impoverished areas that have very much to do with enhancing public safety. And then the other piece is around, which is something that we keep talking about, but I think it's around this crisis intervention team that I think there's a plan for, but and that I think needs more work and more input from experts, crisis intervention, social work experts.
Those are great additions. And I think the one above, Ashley, the counselor actually mentioned lighting. Are there any other raised hands, Mayor, or any other comments?
Looks like Shirzana has her hand raised.
Mr. Mayor, this is Srijana Basnet again. I just wanted to mention that all the things Councillor Bencomo just mentioned are also identified under actions in Elevate Las Cruces. So maybe once we have, councillors look at these goals and want to delve in a little bit more in detail, maybe the consultants could, kind of move on to the action items, and that way everyone can see there's a lot more to achieve those goals than just the goals themselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is Jacqueline. So, our perspective about the actions is that that's one of the items that staff will be looking at as you all determine what needs to happen to implement the goals, and so and the time that it will take you. And so we certainly, while we will be preparing an implementation action plan, a lot of those, and we'll be developing that with you as staff, a lot of those actions, as Srijana said, will come from those action items, and they're numerous, and they should be because they're detailed.
Okay.
This is Jacqueline. Are there other? So I think we have covered, Mayor, renamed the priorities as we've discussed them and revised them at the beginning of the afternoon. And I think that we're at a point now, unless there are other priority areas, that, you know, we are ready to talk about, you know, wrapping up the meeting and talking about next steps.
Very good. I was letting Mayor Pro Tem know that I've got to jump off in about 20 minutes at 2:25, but I think for the most part, however council wants to proceed on this, their call, of course. So we'll see how much we get done that I'm still here available. So, but other than that, we'll just, Mayor Pro Tem will move it in that direction and we'll just continue on. So. Okay.
Great. So in terms of our next steps, management partners will be taking all the information that we've gathered from you today and turning that around very quickly so that it can be used by, you know, EFO and your leadership team and yourselves as you move to the next step, which is, you know, talking about and discussing your budget. And so what we'll do is we will at least send you the PowerPoint slides of the priorities and the goals for you to use on Monday. And then we will begin working with your staff after Monday to prepare the draft strategic plan document. And so our intention is to get that to you in draft form the first week of February. And so we thank you very much for all of your time and your energy and your hard work today. Once again, this is Jacqueline. I'm sorry, I didn't say that up front. You probably, the person transcribing probably knows my voice after all this time by now. But this is Jacqueline, and Mayor, I will turn it back over to you and your council colleagues for closing comments.
Well, I want to thank you all for helping us move this along. You know, this is has been a document that I guess we've got a little spoiled to using. It's been really helpful since we implemented something like this 10 years ago. I'm sure we're one of only a handful of cities in the region that have a strategic plan and have plans like such as this. And so I can't thank our staff enough, the members of the public, Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Sharon Thomas for all their work and everything that they've put into this. It's really a great document, and this is a great process here. And I appreciate my colleagues, you know, more so Councillor Bencomo and Beta Stuvie for you know, listening or trusting, you know, that how we've done it in the past. Not always saying that that's the best way, but it's worked for us for a number of years, and I appreciate you at least letting us move in this direction, because it incorporates a lot of that hard work that people put so much effort and staff into that Elevate Las Cruces, and it kind of just brings it full circle and kind of takes what was out there that could be several years in advance and kind of brings it back and lets us get it in smaller bites to kind of move it along to that ultimate vision that Elevate Las Cruces is. So this is really a great compliment. So thank you for that. And we'll see you Monday at what time?
So we will not be joining you on Monday for your budget deliberations. But we'd love to.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out. So so definitely not 8 o'clock in the morning then.
Yeah.
Barbara De Leon, you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify that we'll be starting the budget retreat meeting on Monday at 9 a.m. That will be led by Leanne Demouche, Shurjana Bosniak, and also David Cedillo. We also have a guest speaker for that session as well. Thank you very much.
Very good. That's our time, 9 o'clock. Nothing earlier. Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move Gandara.
Sorg.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gondar, second by Councilor Bencomo, I believe, that we adjourn. Christine, you want to call the roll, please?
Sure. So this is on the motion to adjourn the strategic plan retreat. Councilor Betasuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, it's 2:10 p.m. We're adjourned. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of, enjoy and have a good and safe weekend.
Thank you.
Everybody,
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.